The honorable members, my apology for the delay. And may I also welcome the chairperson and board member, CEO on the Municipal Demarcation Board, and also the deputy chair of the CRL Rights Commission and all the officials, CEO and all the officials. We have this agenda this morning. Please push it up so we can all see the thank you very much. May I have a mover for adoption of the agenda?
I move, Chair.
Thank you very much,
Kalipi.
Kalipi. Thank you very much. Any seconder? Thank you very much, Francais.
Chairperson, is this the correct agenda meeting agenda? Because we received documents very late last night, and I even commented on the group saying that the meeting will take us longer, and that we only received documents there they are at the bottom. Those legal opinions, we received them well after 9. So can we please just understand why we are getting documents after 9 with less than 12 hours to go to the meeting? Thank you, Chairperson, before we even second this agenda. Thank you.
You are receiving those documents because they're being tabled. The meeting will take place in 2 weeks' time, but the documents were received, but because of the nature of the matter, we felt that the documents must be tabled now. Then we will talk about the approach, but there's no discussion about the details of the issues on the document. I do understand that there were some hitches with the technical logging in and detail and the linking, the technical links. There were all of those issues we can talk about at that point, but this is just to table them because I think it's important for members to start looking at those issues now. The real meeting will be taking place in 2 weeks' time. So it's not like the matter is for full discussion today. So that is the reason why you got those documents coming in. But I thought it's important to do that now because it's going to be part of how we look at the way forward as we move into the program of the next 2 weeks. Does that answer your question, Honorable Francais?
Yes, Chairperson, I think it must just be a warning that we shouldn't be receiving documents with less than 12 hours to go to the next meeting. With that, I will second the meeting to start. Thank you.
If the information and they're not needing any serious engagement at the time, we can share the documents. It's important for us to make sure that the documents get shared, particularly these ones, because there are issues here that you need to flag, and then members can go and look at the documents later. All right, let's proceed then. Let's start the presentation on the APPs. We have, we have the Municipal Demarcation Board. May I welcome the chairperson and the team to start the presentation. I would welcome the chairperson, Mr. Manyoni.
Thank you, Chairperson and members, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. It's a privilege to appear before the committee, Chairperson, and if possible, I'm not sure our colleagues also will be able to flight the presentation so that we can start with the presentation. Whilst they are working on it, Chairperson, let me also take the opportunity to acknowledge senior managers that are assisting the committee there. As you would see presently, Chairperson, I'm with our senior managers. Unfortunately, some of the board members could not be part of this engagement simply because we also are having an agent board meeting today to finalize some of the matters that will be highlighted in the presentation. Chairperson, as introductory remarks, if you allow, let me indicate that our APP is still in line with the statement of intent as put on by our Government of National Unity. You'll see that on slide 11. I also would want just to indicate more important issues. One is that we have increased on the number of reports per annum when it comes to research matters. And significantly, we would also be looking into the review of municipal capacity assessment, in the sense that the main important issue there is, if we say this will be a functional municipality, what is the baseline? So we are looking into that and say maybe any municipality must meet the 4 or 5 criteria to be called a municipality in South Africa. So we are looking into that in terms of our research capacity assessment model. The other matter I will indicate, Chairperson, is that we also have submitted our research on the local government white paper review, where we are proposing what one would term districtless municipalities, that some of the municipalities can basically function without being under a particular district in terms of functions and so forth. The other important point, Chairperson, I would like to highlight in this presentations is that, yes, on the second quarter, we have fully achieved our performance. And on the third quarter, we have partially achieved out of 7 objectives, we have achieved 5 with the intention that on the fourth quarter, we would have achieved all. One of the issues which I mentioned earlier about us having a meeting as the board today is to look into one matter that needs to be concluded so that we can achieve our objectives as set up in the APP. The last point I would like to highlight, Chairperson, is that we have developed an application, an app, which members and the communities can use to identify their own wards. The app is called Know Your Wards. It can be downloaded on mobile gadgets, on computers, and so forth. And members will, of course, be highlighted on that. With that, Chairperson, if you allow, I would like to hand over to our acting CEO, Ubabu Ramagaza, to do the presentation, or one of the officials that are accompanying him. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and the colleagues that are in the platform. Yes, as the Municipal Demarcation Board, we are presenting the 2026-27 APP Annual Performance Plan. I will go through, as you can see on slide number 3, I will go a little bit deeper, but obviously conscious of the time that you have allocated for us. So we will just briefly run through the institutional arrangements, but some of those, it's the stuff that we have already informed the committee, so I won't dwell much into those. The constitutional and legislative mandate as well, I won't dwell much into those, and highlight just a few things in terms of the strategic plan 2025 to 2030, and then a little bit more on the annual performance plan as the main objective of this particular meeting. But also we'll highlight the medium-term expenditure framework within which our APP has been put together, and then highlight some of the progress that we've made to date with regards to the 25-26 annual performance plan, just to to provide the committee with some comfort in terms of where we are, as the chairperson has already highlighted some of the things. But we'll also, most importantly, provide some feedback around the ward delimitation process that we have been doing for the past 3 or so years, and then highlight some of the key challenges. And obviously, as you can see, in terms of the institutional arrangements, we've got the board, which functions with its committees, and then it's got within the administration, which is led by the CEO, which is myself in this instance. We've got a few programs that we run: administration, spatial transformation. That's where the core business of the organization is undertaken, the research and civic engagements, which then supports the core of the organization. In slide number 6, we're just highlighting the different board members that we have, that they have been also assigned to be responsible for different provinces, so that all the provinces get attention as they should. So as you can see, I won't get through each one of them. You can pick up those allocations or those assignments as well. Obviously, the MDB is a constitutional entity which also supported by several legislation, most importantly, the Municipal Demarcation Act and the Structures Act. Structures Act deals with issues of ward delimitations and capacity assessments, and the Demarcation Act is about the administration, the establishment of the board, but also the municipal boundary determinations. And as you can see, slide number 8 is our mandate, which I've already alluded to. So in terms of the 2025 strategic plan, the vision, it's still spatial, transformed, equitable, and sustainable communities. That's what we intend to make sure that by the end of the 5 years, at least we've contributed significantly to that. And that is driven by the mission, as you can see there. Most importantly, as the chair has indicated, we have located our strategy within the confines of the broad aspirations of the government of national unity, so that we can contribute towards the attainment of those goals and objectives of government overall. As you can see, our responsibilities is shaping spaces to achieve all those objectives, that strategic objectives that the government has set, obviously through demarcation of boundaries and all the other processes and work that we do as the Municipal Demarcation Board. So we've got several outcomes that are also linked to the MTDP of government. We've got organizational excellence, which concentrates on the institution itself to make sure that it's healthy, it's fit for purpose, and it's able to do what it does. We've got well-defined municipal spaces, which talks toward delimitation and municipal boundaries, and we've got research, and also, most importantly, the public and stakeholder consultation awareness outcome. Within all of those outcomes, we've got several indicators, as you will see as I proceed, that for the 5 years we have set for ourselves to achieve. Most importantly, I would like to highlight under the well-defined municipal spaces, because that's where the core business of the organization stays. So most importantly is to delimit wards for the local government elections, 2026 local government elections, and then also make sure that we work and finalize municipal boundaries for either for the current municipal boundary in view of the next local government elections, but also beyond. Those are the main things, and the research, as we continue to increase our research output over the years, so that we can also have a contribution in terms of knowledge to assist local government to develop to where we would want it to be. Also, most importantly, we seek to make sure that we intensify our public and stakeholder awareness, obviously within our financial resource with all the constraints that we have, but it's our intention to make sure that over the years we continue to intensify and be creative to make sure that we meet our people at the point of their need, where they are able to participate and play a role in our process. For all those outcomes, as you can see in the organizational excellence, we've got about 14 indicators. Well-defined municipal spaces, we've got 3, and these are big indicators by themselves. We just couldn't break them into small chunks because they speak to the core, which is ward delimitation that we have to do, municipal boundary delimitation that we have to do. It's very critical. And then in line with that, we've got the research aspect, which also includes the municipal capacity assessment. And then we also have the public consultations, where we've got several indicators, that one that targets public, one that targets stakeholders, and all the media engagements that we need to do to make sure that we are out there and people are aware of what we do and they are able to participate in our processes. With regards to program 1, which is about administration, which is pretty much aligned to the outcome about organizational excellence. Excellence. We've got an output around corporate governance capability maturity assessments. This is our internal tool that we've put together for ourselves to make sure that we've got all the necessary governance systems and processes in place that will put us in good stead in terms of our governance, to make sure that we do what we need to do properly and efficiently and within the legal frameworks of the country. So this gives us a challenge on a regular basis to make sure that we do not miss any form of processes and systems as they are either prescribed by law, be it the PFMA, Local Government Municipal Demarcation Act, and any Labor Relations Act. So we make sure that we develop several indicators to make sure that we monitor ourselves on a regular basis over the period of 5 years. And we have even defined the different levels at which an organization should be. So that's very important for us. And then obviously the one that relates to audit. Ours, it's uncompromising. We want to make sure that we've got unqualified audit opinion at all times. And then there's a number of output indicators that are linked to procurement processes. Most importantly, I would like to highlight the target towards several of our communities. For example, we've got one that targets procurement for enterprises that are run by women, enterprises that are run by youth, and enterprises that are run by persons living with disabilities. This is very critical so that these particular members of our community are taken care of, and we make sure that they're not disadvantaged in the process, as they are targeted members of our community in the overall government. So we have got targets that make sure that we procure with these communities. And then we've got ones that talks to which is related to governance as well. We want to make sure that all our service providers are paid on time, staff members are trained, wellness, performance management, response to PIA related queries, but also make sure that our systems are automated and so that we can get even more efficient with time. So those are some of the outputs that we've set for ourselves. And also around ICT, over and above just automating the processes, but you also need a functioning ICT or governance system, because that's very critical for the growth of the organization, so that it's able to meet all its objectives as provided for in the Constitution. Program 2, which is spatial configuration, that talks to the core, as I said. One of the indicators is to make sure, now that we have completed the ward delimitation process, critically, we need to then go back to the communities to provide feedback. And that process has already commenced, to provide feedback on what happened in their different communities. And that's what we are running currently. And the other one is to make sure that now that we've finalized the other processes, is to then go back and assess the different municipal, because spatial dynamics, our communities are dynamic in nature, communities are growing, new settlements are proclaimed, villages, new stands in traditional areas are being provided, and we would want to have an understanding of the impact of all of those developments on the ground, onto our municipal boundaries, just so that next time when we open the municipal boundary determination process, we are able to make sure that we have the necessary adjustments that would make sure that our communities are served properly. So we envisage to do what we call municipal boundary assessments. And then also to advance our systems internally is to make sure that we were going to develop a guideline on municipal boundary determinations. This is very critical because we have lessons learned that we have learned in the previous process that we concluded last year and the other year, and some of them are legislative in nature, and some of them are technical in nature, operational in nature. But we need to make sure that we develop a proper guideline so that we can improve on all the shortcomings that we would have identified in the previous process, so that when we commence with the next municipal boundary determination process, we have improved, more especially around public participation and public engagement. It's very critical that we keep on improving on those aspects to make sure that our democracy works for the people. And then in program 3, which is about research, some of the indicators we have also. I think you've heard the chairperson speaking about some of the apps that we have produced. So we intend to continue. And the main objective, members, is to make sure that we assist our communities to be able to access data and information that we produce easily. And most importantly, not just the data that we produce, but also the data that we obtain from other sources, so that we make it more available to the communities and the municipalities for them to be able to use for their planning purposes. So we're going to develop even more products, spatial knowledge into our spatial knowledge hub. But also the research is going to increase, as the chairperson has already indicated. But also it's another thing to produce research, but it's another thing to make sure that the research is accessible, but also the people that needs to know the outcome so that they can improve their own systems. So in this instance, we're also going to intensify our publishing our it's either research reports, but also running seminars and workshops to make sure that the information that we produce is made available out there, so that it serves the purpose that it's meant to. But also, as the chair has already indicated, around municipal capacity assessments, we're reviewing our model. It's very critical that we do that, given some of the challenges that local government is experiencing around powers and functions era. But we also want to pretty much align it to some of the outputs and ideas that are coming out of the review of the white paper process. There's quite a number that talks to municipal powers and functions. So we don't want to be left behind. So we want to make sure that we develop our model to be in line with some of the ideas that are out there around municipal capacity assessments and powers and functions. But also the research program 4, which is about civic engagements and communication. I have said that this is also one of our flagships, which we intend at all times we're going to improve. As you can see in the MTEF, beginning with 26-27, you will notice that in 27-28, there's quite a jump in terms of some of the targets that we are looking at. It's also the period when we will be running intensive education and awareness in our communities before we can actually start with the next municipal boundary determination process. That's why we have the 27-28 intensified education and awareness processes, because this is one of the most critical programs of the board. But I must indicate that it's also pretty much it's a very demanding program in terms of our finances. But that's what we intend to do within the confines of the financial constraints that we have, most critically. And then in terms of the budget overview, I'm going to just to do this particular slide. After this, I will then request our acting CFO to take us through the figures that we and the several slides around finances, so that the committee can have a sense of where we are. Obviously, we are funded through the National Fiscus framework from the National Treasury, and budgets are actually severely constrained. That's the environment within which we are operating. We are we are very conscious of that fact that the fiscus it's relatively constrained. But we want to highlight the fact that despite several submissions requesting additional funding to support the MDB's operational requirements, the entity's baseline allocation was reduced by 461,000 in 26-27, by 861,000 27-28, and by about 2 million in 28-29. So in that case, the MDB is likely to face liquidity pressures if the projected funding shortfall is not addressed. Currently, the entity is financing part of its operational expenditure through accumulated surplus funds, which is not a sustainable funding mechanism over the medium term, and continued reliance on surplus reserves to support baseline operations may adversely affect the MDB's financial stability and its ability to meet future statutory and operational obligations. I thought I should highlight those for the committee because they are very critical for the success of the institution going forward. So right now I'm going to ask Mayor Mahlangu to take us through the next set of slides. Over to you, Mayor Mahlangu, through the chair.
Thank you so much,
Proceed.
Chairperson, and thank you so much, Chairperson and CEO. I'll just take you through to the financial aspect as well. As MDB, we've tried to do the statistical indicators over 10 years to support what our CEO has just mentioned, that MDB is running with the shortage of funds, and if this is not addressed in future, we will be in a serious financial constraint. Because when you look at this, you'll notice that our budget has been, the average that I've done, it's actually on it's an average of 3.5, with what we've been getting from National Treasury. And while we, CEO has as well mentioned that we trying all our means to ensure that there's a stakeholder engagement, public awareness, and even going forward in the next financial year, which is 27-28 and 29-29, we'll be having a very intense work that needed to be done going forward. Yeah, and when you look on the key statistical indicators, it shows that the average growth over the period is 3.28 per annum, which is the next slide. Then the largest decrease, if you look at our report, it shows that 2020-21 we received, it was decreased by 1.95, and 2023-24 it was as well decreased by 1.66, and we only received the large increase in 2021-22, which was 12.3%. And the outer years of MTF, you see that there's a little bit growth of between 3.3 to 4%, which is aligned to what the Minister of Finance was saying, that we is targeting that the inflation will be at 3%. In an essence, that we only receiving the inflation throughout the period, whereas the MDB's work, it continued to increase. And looking at the related expenditure of outcome, where we can see on the government grants, this is what we've been receiving. So for 26-27, we're going to receive 80 million, and the interest that we've indicated here is the interest that's generated from what we receive from government grants. We put it under the call account where it generates an interest. And our expenditures for compensation of employees, we've projected 50 million. 737, and goods and services, it's 31,558,000, and the capex is 500,000. And looking at the current financial year, that's where I just want to highlight where the CEO just mentioned that we're relying on the on the surplus amount. You'll notice that this financial year, the one that is 25-26 that we just passed, we requested the surplus of 32 million, which was which is the accumulated surplus to fund our operations expenses. And in going forward, the surplus, we won't have that surplus. So, which means we're going to have the financial constraints going forward. And the next slide. Yeah, on this other one, I just indicated how much percentage we have on each classification of expenses. Compensation of employees, it's 61%, goods and services is 38%, and capex is 1%. Reason that why we're having a high compensation of employees is that MDB is utilizing its employees to do all its work, mainly for the awareness, the public engagement. The MDB is utilizing its staff. So goods and services, it's only mainly for the operational cost, which is the building, which is the securities, the softwares that we are utilizing. So and the capex, it's all the laptops, that MDB is using, the structures, IT structures. And the next slide. Oh, that's all. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Okay. All right.
That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Mama Shangu. As you can see on slide number 29, that's where we start updating the committee in terms of where we are with regards to the 2025-26 APP. We have to report that we got an unqualified audit opinion for the 24-25 financial year. The chairperson has already reported the research outputs that we have made already in the previous year, but also some of those research outputs that we have done out there, going out to make sure that our research is accessible out there. The SAPAM conference presentation that we've prepared, where there's a whole host of public service employees, managers, and technicians, local government, provincial government, and national government as well. So these are the people that we had targeted, but also a whole lot of awareness and education activities were also undertaken in that particular period. You would know that we were doing ward delimitations, and the public meetings that we ran between April and, to be accurate, around October as well, on ward delimitations and the awareness, the different institutions and public organizations and representatives that we have met to make sure that we spread the message of demarcation for people to participate in the process. But overall, a report from quarter 2 shows that we've achieved all the targets that we've set for ourselves for that particular quarter. And most importantly, I want to highlight I want to go to the performance with regards to ward delimitation, so that I can provide the members of the committee with a little bit more detail, because I'm sure this particular committee will be interested would like to have a sense of where we are with regards to preparations for local government elections, because the committee, we do work so that the work of the committee is successful in this regard. So it's important that we highlight where we are for the committee to see if indeed we are on track with regards to preparations for the local government election. As you can see, we finalized the municipal boundary determination process in the other financial year, and then we commenced with the ward delimitations, and then that process culminates with the handover to the IEC, as you can see on slide 37. It culminates with the handing over of wards to the Independent Electoral Commission. Just briefly, the processes that we have run, just to provide a bit of context. The ward delimitation process commences essentially with the commission certifying the voters' roll, and that is done before the national and provincial local government elections. That is then used by the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to determine a formula for determining the number of councillors. Then, after the minister has determined the formula, then it's taken over by the MECs in different provinces, who will then determine the number of councillors for the different municipalities in the country. After that, then the MDB commences. It will then the number of councillors will tell us how many wards a municipality would have, how many wards a municipality would have, and that was done, that has been done. And then we started with the ward delimitation process. Some of the processes I will highlight just now, and then we delimit wards. After delimiting wards, and then we'll hand over to the IEC. That's the broad process that we follow. So this particular slide, on slide number 39, shows you how many wards, comparative from the other elections, we are going to have in the next local government elections. We are going to have about 4,488 wards in the next local government. It's a slight increase, and that is also aligned to a slight increase in a number of provinces in terms of the number of wards. There are some provinces which has lost a few wards, but all of that is determined by the formula that I indicated earlier, which is determined by the Minister of Cooperative Governance. So in essence, after all of that is done, the MDB just takes those numbers and start delimiting the wards. In terms of process, we started it with the awareness and education process in 2024, where we have visited a whole lot of institutions, amongst others, national and provincial and local houses of traditional and Khoisan leaders in different places, different political parties. We went through the chairperson and made presentation. Linked to that, we also did presentation to the IEC party liaison committees at different levels, and then also Kokra Minmek and all the different Salga forums. These are just examples of some of the forums that we followed. There's quite a number of public forums that we've also followed. Some of the engagements that we've had were with organizations representing the youth, organizations representing people with disabilities, amongst others, in different communities. But most importantly, all of that were also coupled with the several publications that we've done in the media, also in the social media, especially targeting the youth. If you want to get them, especially with regards to information, it's important to use social media. So we've used that also extensively. After that process was done, we then went to what we call technical consultations. This is after the MECs have given us the number of councillors. We went to different municipalities, meeting with GIS and planning officials to assist us to prepare what we call draft wards. This all, it's before we even commenced with the actual legal ward delimitation process. So these are the processes that we've done. It's not a legal requirement, but we did that. We call them technical consultations for them to assist us, to tell us where there are challenges with the existing wards, what could be some of the proposals that they put in place. So all of that happens. Then we commenced with what we call the public participation or public consultation process between April and June last year. And for the other municipalities that we had deferred, it happened between September and October 2025. So this is where we went out to communities in different municipalities to ask for their inputs. All of this also before we can commence with the legal process as prescribed by the Municipal Structures Act. So we received a number of submissions on how wards should be. After that, we considered the inputs that we received, and then we determined wards. Now, determination is done in terms of the Structures Act. This is where we then get now into the legal provisions. We then published in government, provincial gazettes, and in this period, we then invite members of the community to submit objections on those wards that would have been determined. However, we want to report that when we finalized the wards in December after considering the objections, there were outstanding municipalities in KZN, Inkosi, Langalibalele, Alfred Duma, eThekwini, and Kambatini, which we couldn't finalize due to court matters that were still outstanding at that time. And that amounted to about 183 wards. 5% of the total, which we had not completed at the time. However, the process has since resumed, and we are, as the chair, you have heard him, we are about to complete that process now before the end of this month, which is like any time now, we are completing the wards for those municipalities, and the final wards will be appearing in the provincial gazettes in the next few days. That's for all those, and that will mark the end of the overall ward delimitation for all municipalities in the country when those wards will be published. But we want to also highlight, I won't get into detail, some of the reasons why some objections may not be accepted or some are accepted. Obviously, they have to comply with the norm or the criteria for ward delimitations, where if people in their objections are proposing a configuration which is above the maximum and the minimum as allowed, in most instances, that will also then be rejected. Or also when there's unnecessary fragmentation of communities, but also considering the topography and physical characteristics, it's important that wards ward boundaries are visible. So we make sure that we make sure that the wards comply or the objections comply. But also if you're proposing non-contiguous wards. So I won't dwell into much some of the operational challenges that we've experienced because we have, I think in the previous appearance for the demarcation board, we have highlighted those. But you can see in some of the maps that we've provided why it's important that some of the wards are adjusted. You can see in slide number 46, some of the voting district boundaries over the years when the settlements are increasing or more settlements are being established and so on and so forth, you'll find that if a ward boundary was based on that on that voting district boundary, when we go back to do the analysis, you realize that that particular ward boundary, which is aligned to a VD, is now splitting a community. So then we would adjust the boundary to bring it over maybe to a physical feature. It's either a river or a valley, or sometimes the mountain, or a road where necessary, or the main road or highways. So those are some of the things that we do to adjust the wards in this instance. Then what are, we have highlighted some of the litigations that we're having currently, but suffice to indicate that all the litigations that we have, except the ones that I spoke about, which have been concluded, the ones that affected Ilanga-Libalele, eThekwini, and the other two municipalities, those ones have been concluded, hence I didn't highlight them here, and that's why we're able now to complete the ward delimitation process. But the litigations that are still going on, you'll see there's one in the Eastern Cape around the area of Flagstaff. However, the wards for the affected municipalities, they have been completed. In the Free State, the Harrismith, Malutia, Pofung proposed split where the board did not proceed to change the boundary. They want the board to actually accede to their request for the boundary for that municipality to be split into two. In this instance, the board did not accede to that. However, the wards have been finalized in that area. So the same for all the other cases in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, Northwest and Northwest that we have. The wards have been completed, but the cases themselves are still in the court process. We haven't got, for most of them, the dates where these things are going to be set. And but we are reporting that the ward delimitation process has been completed for those particular affected municipalities in this regard. So obviously, we get a whole lot of prior requests in terms of information that we always make sure that we provide that particular information. The chair has spoken about the app. As you can see on slide number 52, if you scan that particular QR code, it takes you to the app. You'll get all the information about the ward delimitation process. It is designed in such a way that it's more textual. In other words, it tells a story where the ward delimitation began. I spoke about the voters' role. I spoke about the minister's determination of the formula. It will there are instances where the publications that we've done, you can just click on those and then you'll get all the gazettes that are there per municipality around the country. So it's got a whole lot of information on the ward delimitation process provided in that app. MDB key challenges. The main one is the usual one that the committee is aware of around the constrained financial the funding of the Municipal Demarcation Board. It's getting to a point where it is concerning to an extent that something needs to be done, and it's not only that. We need the MDB to make sure that it's necessarily just its funding dispensation is addressed, but it's also important for the MDB to adapt to the demands of our communities. There's high levels of participation now, and that results in high demand for information, high demand for the MDB to be visible, and high demand for information around demarcation and public consultations. So that demand needs to be supported by the requisite funding. But in conclusion, I would just want to highlight that the MDB awaits the promulgation of the IMDA, which is the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority bill, with optimism. But we are hoping that the process, or we are optimistic that the process that the department is running in terms of the implementation plan will result in the adequate funding for all the new demands that the IMDA is putting on the Municipal Demarcation Board. And as always, we appreciate the support and continued guidance by the Portfolio Committee. And I will now hand over to the chairperson of the board if he wants to make any remarks. Thanks. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Acting CEO. Thanks, Chairperson and members of the committee. Members, what I can indicate is that we have handed over the wards to the IEC. The IEC has commenced with the work of looking into the voting districts and obviously voting stations, except the wards that we only now mentioned, of which the IEC will be having by early beginning of next month. I must indicate, Chairperson, as this work commences, you will find that in some instances, there is a need to technically adjust maybe a boundary by one street or so, given the fact that on the ground, you'll find that there might be a challenge. Maybe the voting station would be moved by one street, and it might affect neighboring or people around that area and so on. So those minor technical adjustments we normally do also in consultation with the IEC. But the intention is to make sure that the IEC can start, of course, presenting to the political liaison committees and work with them in preparation for elections. In this regard, I'm just indicating that almost more than 90% of our work is completed in that note, except, of course, to indicate we still have those challenges that have been highlighted there. And mainly, I'm not sure how, maybe when the new act comes to being, we will then be able to address the main challenge, which is the absence of MDB in provinces, what we call a regionalization. But with that, Chairperson, I can assure honorable members that we basically are hopeful that the country will have successful elections in relation to the work that we are handling. You have noted, Chairperson, that there are certain cases, for instance, the Harrismith request to have a municipality, a separate municipality, the same thing in JB Marks and so on. But generally, we have worked on the wards. Those are matters that the courts probably will decide on. But from our side, we are confident that everything will be sort of, generally speaking, of course, smooth operation. Thanks very much, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Demarcation Board. And may I invite the team, the honorable members, to raise issues, questions, comments to the MDB team. And thanks for all the presentations. Honorable members, I've got Honorable Mkhalipi, then Van Sale. So please, let's start. Honorable Mkhalipi.
Oh, good morning to you, Chair. Good morning to the MDB and the team and colleagues on the platform. Thanks very much for the presentation, Chair of the board and the team of MDB. Firstly, Chair, before I even continue with my questions, I just want to put it on record that the chair of the board is very positive. He answered the phone, he attended to queries. That is the kind of the civil servant, if I may put that, Chair, that we need in this country. Please continue, Chair, to be positive and to be done on earth. Chair, the CEO is saying two
Thank
things.
you for that comment. We note.
Thanks, Chair. No,
Okay.
I'm saying, Chair, on the litigations, that's where my interest is. That's where I think there's some challenges that needs to be clarified. The CEO is saying two things. Let's just go to KZN. Saying that the status in terms of Inkosi Langalbalele municipality, the court hearing set down is on 7th of August 2026 in Pietermaritzburg High Court. The ward delimitation for Okahlamba local municipalities concluded and for Inkosi Langalbalele municipalities to be concluded by April 2026. So are we still waiting for the court to take place on the 7th of August, or is it sorted as indicated by the presentation that it was sorted on the April 2026? We are 1 day towards May now. So where I'm going to, the presentation suggested that they are still not finalized, especially eThekwini and I think one of the areas, I can't remember, but towards Pietermaritzburg. But the presentation by the CEO suggested that they have dealt with those challenges of litigation. And now they are finalizing and then they are going to give it to the IEC. That is number one. So I think that we're going to also to suggest from the chair of the committee also to invite IEC to in order for us to understand where is the process now. I want to get the clarity. My understanding is that the only challenge that they have as MDB is the challenge of litigation, of which it can also be cause some sort of delays in their part. But the other part that are not litigated, the IEC is sitting with that information. That's why I'm saying maybe we must also invite IEC to come and update us as the committee. That is on litigation, Chair. And then if I can get a brief response, how far are they in terms of finalizing those issues of litigation? I'll tell you, Chair. Now the report that you are getting here is the number of wards, which is about 4,000 something. But in order for us as the members of this committee to know in a particular ward how many VDs, I think that process is within the IEC according to the presentation. That's why I want to understand it. Where can we get that information? And then the program 3 of the MDB is the one that we all interested in when it talks about the consultation with the community. I think that's why the board chair said he is hoping that the bill that is going to become an act, I think we're debating it next week, if I'm not mistaken, as per the program of the parliament. He's hoping that it will also answer some of those challenges that suggest that the MDB does not having some offices in provinces, equality in the regions. That is also making the work of the MDB to be very difficult. I think a month ago, there was consultation that was organized by the municipality because that's what we are doing currently, to use the Speaker's office to call people and then you come and present. So I know there was one in Phoenix area, in the cluster of Phoenix. I don't know how do you demarcate that, but I know because the ward committee where I reside, where I come from, they attended. But the quality of consultation, chair of the board, is also becomes a problem, because the indication that I got from the people who attended it, so you are still proposing, you are still telling them that what you have done as the demarcation board. But when they come back with an understanding that no, our ward has been changed to this, from this to this to that. But the process was not even done. Secondly, we are saying SEO, it can be changed after we have given your report to the IEC. It can be changed. The IEC can have a view. So I would like to know exactly where can we get that information, because that is very important. If the chair will remember very well, I've been raising the issue of Ward 53 at Amawoti to say you can't take a particular area or a street from Ward 53 and put it in Ward 52. Because if you go there physically, from 53, in order to arrive in Ward 52 of Amawoti, you must pass Ward 57. So most of the work that you are doing, Chair, we are doing, I think we are using the technology. We are not doing physically. So that process is going to be very interesting when IEC is going to say to you, no, this particular small portion of Ward 53 in Kanyezi VT can't be go to Ward 52. But I know that the MDB has an ear. They were also very much positive, wanted to say, okay, Honorable, we hear you, let us go and attend to those kind of things. But I think if we stretch it to the whole of South Africa, it might cause some problems. If the dates of courts, Chair, according to the presentation, is far as August, elections are, we are waiting for elections as from November. It depends when it will be declared. It's not going to be late. I know it's beyond your control. You can't be determined or to tell the court that no, this date. But can you also maybe provide a guidance? Do you even try your lawyers? Could they also talk to court to say if the date, the court dates can be near in order for these issues to be resolved before? The last one, Chair, the issue of VDs. If we can get an information with eThekwini now, as we have 112 wards, how many VDs that are proposed so far by the MDB? Thanks very much, Chair.
Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to all the colleagues and also to the presenters from the MDB. Looking at your report, and it was stated also that your mandate is to shape spatially transformed, equitable and sustainable communities. But in saying that, how does these ever-changing delimiting of wards from one council term to the next council term, because they are always changing, translate into actual improvements in governance or accountability, especially in failing municipalities? Then your program 2, which is spatial configuration, which is obviously your main reason for existence as an entity, that's only limited, as far as I can see, to 3 indicators. How do you justify that when that's sort of the main core mandate? Then just on your finances for the CFO, you admit that you are funding operations from accumulated surpluses, which is obviously not sustainable, and that will become a financial crisis. What is the mitigation plan for that? And then also with the budget reductions over the MTF, which core functions do you think will be compromised going forward? And then just quickly on ward delimitation processes, you've also acknowledged that voter apathy is linked to sort of ward changes. How can you then ensure that your processes do not undermine democratic participation? Can you maybe tell us if any of the organization or groupings objections that is lodged to you because of a ward delimitation has ever been successful? Because communities complain about split wards, inaccessible voting stations, large geographic wards. And I'm just thinking about the area where I stay, where one ward stretches from one town over the mountain to another town. It's just absolutely crazy. Why are these issues still recurring despite, the term's delimitation having gone by? Why is it not an easy fix? Then you said something about, the MDB relies on registered voters instead of the population numbers. So that obviously you've also said yourselves is a point of contention. Why do you do that? What is the reason for that? And then just lastly, Chairperson, the APP speaks about contributing to job creation and poverty reduction. Can you maybe unpack that and tell us what link exists between boundary demarcation and economic growth? I've been thinking about that, but I can't get to an answer myself. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Taipos.
Thanks, Chairperson, if you allow.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the management and all the senior officials of the Demarcation Board. Thanks for the presentation. I just have one question at the moment, and I'd like to know how many employees in total at the MDB. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
I'll come
you.
back later.
Okay. Thank you. Chairperson, MDB and your team, please respond.
Thanks, Chairperson, honorable members. I will first give the opportunity to our acting CEO to respond, and I will fill up the gaps after that. Babu Ramagaza.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the members for those questions. Very important questions indeed. All right, thank you. I'll start with Member Mkalipi with regards to the litigation. The litigation that you spoke to specifically, which is set for August, it is the one that affects Ilanga Libalele and Okhahlamba municipality. It doesn't negatively affect the ward delimitation process because, as we reported, the wards for Okhahlamba have already been completed, and the wards for Ilanga Libalele will be completed in the next few days, actually, between today and before the end of the month, because as the chair has indicated, the board is sitting this afternoon or today, actually. So to sort out some of those issues. So Ilanga Libalele will also be completed. The reason why we have mentioned that particular case specifically, it's because it's a case that is still pending resolution. I'm sure Member Mkalipi will recall that there was a case between the MDB and eThekwini, and also a case between Ilanga Libalele and the MDB, which is different from the one that we are reporting here. And those ones were resolved, one in December and one in February. Yeah, in February. So that is why we were able to proceed with the ward delimitation process. The one that is still outstanding, or those that we have highlighted here, have no impact on the ward delimitation. Those ones had an impact on ward delimitation because there was I forgot the word, but the court had instructed the MDB and the IEC not to proceed at that stage. So that's why they had the impact. However, this one doesn't have an impact because the wards, as I reported, have been completed for Okhahlamba, and the ones for Ilanga Libalele will be completed today. So as part of the court processes, we haven't had the court instructing us not to proceed with the ward delimitation process. So that is why we do not think it will, it doesn't affect the ward delimitation. However, like any other court matters, we cannot determine the outcome from the court. I think we take the advice that we may want to engage the courts so that these matters are expedited, so that they don't, at a very late stage before the elections, they do not negatively impact on the elections. That advice is taken, and we will explore ways to try and engage the courts in this regard. With regards to the program, I think she mentioned program 3, but it's on consultations. It's pretty much about program 4 consultation. Indeed, Member Mkalipi, the quality of public consultations is very critical. Suffice to indicate that we are at a particular stage right now, or particular level, and we have, if you track our processes before now, you will note that we were very limited in terms of how far we went with our public consultations. This time around, we have gone so extensive, especially in metros and many other rural municipalities, to instead of just visiting the municipality on one day, we then went to an extent of breaking down those municipalities into smaller regions where we visit the communities at that level. But it's possibly what the other area that we need to focus on is with regards to the quality of the engagements on the day, but also how the communities how we assist the communities themselves to engage better with the processes of the Municipal Demarcation Board. Those are the processes that we are also looking at. We are not so long ago, the board was sitting considering the lessons learned out of this process. These are some of the things that we would want to highlight. And as we formulate, we develop our systems and processes, we make sure that we really advance and develop further the consultation process in this regard. And then you spoke about where can we get the VDs. Obviously, the voting districts can be obtainable from the Independent Electoral Commission. I am aware that the local, in this instance, local meaning the municipal electoral officers have got this data in terms of voting districts. They are able to share that information. And I know now, especially in eThekwini, as soon as we hand over the wards in the next few days to the IEC, they will start a process of putting together. If there's a need for new stations, if there's a need for new voting districts, they will start putting those together. But that data is available from the Independent Electoral Commission. On the MDB app that I spoke about, you will be able to pick up some of the VDs that we have. However, the IEC, as I said, it's already started work on the voting district. So to get more accurate data in terms of what they are doing now, is obtainable from the Independent Electoral Commission. And then Member Van Zyl, you asked a very important question as well. How does the overarching ward delimitation ensure improvements and governance and all the like? I think you are talking to the issue of stability. It's very important that we maintain some level of stability. Unfortunately, our legislation as it sits now requires the MDB to review wards every 5 years, mainly to make sure that there's alignment with where the people are settled over the period of 5 years. In some instances, people might have moved. In some instances, new settlements might have come up, and many other dynamics that happens on the ground. So our legislation provides for us to do that. But as an initiative of the board, I spoke earlier about the process that we ran before we put together was the technical consultations. The intention is so that the planners and the people that works in the municipality, especially geographical information systems professionals, would give us that feedback in terms of what has happened on the ground, so that ward delimitations would not negatively or outrightly negatively impact on development and on the ground, spatial development, more specifically on the ground. But obviously, it's because of the legislation that we have to comply with, it's not always possible everywhere, but that's an area that we are looking at. I remember when we made proposals to the revision of the Demarcation Act, one of the proposals was that perhaps we can, to provide some stability, we can allow for ward delimitation to happen at least once every 10 years in alignment with the population register or the census. But that has not materialized, but it's an area that we are continuing to do research around to see if we can provide better solutions in the system. And then how do you justify 3 outputs for the core areas of the board? I did say earlier when I was presenting that, yes, it looks like there are very few targets. I think most importantly, you would see that those are big by themselves. It's ward delimitations and municipal boundary determinations. And in the research area, there's issues of capacity assessment. The the targets in the other programs, program 1, 3, 4 and 5, yeah, 3 and 4, they might look like there are many targets. It's also because they've been broken down into smaller pieces because we want a better focus. But with regards to the core, we maintained them pretty much aligned to the core mandate because for operational reasons, we don't want to split them unnecessarily so that we can report on the overall progress and implementation of those programs because they are critical for the MDB. But you will note also, even in terms of the funding and all that, those happen to carry a considerable amount of funding on the project side, but maybe not on the salary side because the salaries more lie on program 1. And then the financial crisis. What are we doing to mitigate some of the things that we're doing? I did say that we try by all means to work within the budget that we have as an organization, albeit under serious constraints in this regard. And this question links to what impact does that have on the work that you do, especially the core work of the MDB. What we have done in the ward delimitation process, you would notice that we already in our planning for public consultation, to be specific, to make sure that it fits into our budget. We make sure that we restrict our interactions at a particular level. In this instance, we limited it to municipal level. In other words, we visit all municipalities that has got wards at that level. Although in some instances we went beyond, as I reported earlier, some municipalities we visited their regions and so on. But to manage the budget, we, as part of our planning, we limit it at a municipal level so that we don't unnecessarily go beyond our budget. But also, most importantly, I think the CFO has reported, we use almost 100% with regards to our core mandate. We use our own personnel. The MDB doesn't outsource work on municipal boundary determination and ward delimitation. We use our own personnel as far as possible. It's not easy. As you can talk to any of our employees, they will let you know it's not easy. It's tough and it's strenuous to them. But we use our own personnel to mitigate against some of the possible consequences of constrained financial situation of the Municipal Demarcation Board. So we use, as far as possible, our own employees, because if we were to go outside and seek consultants, they will come at a very high cost. But then, how does this affect our work? We did say in the report that we would want to do more, especially around public. If you check most of even the litigations that we have, and including the complaints that our communities have, as Mayor Mkhalipi was indicating earlier, around the quality of consultations, we are limited to what we have in most instances. We would want to do more, especially on the technology aspects. We would want to explore many other avenues that we can set up apps that people would engage with, either on the website and all that. All of those things are not very cheap. So this constrained environment limits us in terms of expanding our public consultations as far as possible, but also in creating mechanisms that will assist communities to engage with us better. But also, most importantly, as we reported, we would want to be in touch with our communities almost on a regular basis so that we understand their challenges with the boundaries that we have. But we are unable to do that at all times because we do not have the necessary resources. As things stand, one of the areas that is negatively affected is around research. We have actually noticed and identified the fact that the Municipal Demarcation Board can play a much better role in ensuring that there's better understanding of municipalities' capacity, powers and functions, data, development, infrastructure that is on the ground as part of our knowledge hub. However, this information is it's often very expensive to gather and collect, So we are unable to expand that particular work overall. So even with regards to municipal boundary redetermination process, when we do public consultations, due to restricted financial resources, we are unable to do in-depth research, modeling modeling of the different permutations around municipalities, and we restrict it to the minimum that the legislation provides. So there's so many resources out there that the MDB would want to explore and use. And in this day and age, the institution needs to transcend beyond the normal to make sure that it functions more effectively. And then there was a question about the size and the splitting of community, why they persist. The number one is pretty much because we have to comply to the criteria for ward delimitation. Although we are confident with the review of the Municipal Structures Act, I think it was two years ago, a year ago, when we had already commenced with the ward delimitation process, that there's now in the next round, there's a provision that would allow the MDB to deviate in some instances about 30%. That will assist to prevent some of the splits that we see, even the size of wards. Although the size is pretty much dependent on the number of registered voters in those specific in the specific areas. The sparsely populated an area is, the bigger the size of their wards. However, that provision, we think it will assist in resolving some of those. In terms of how many employees we have, we've got 48 employees currently as the Municipal Demarcation Board. And our view is that that's very limited for the enormity of the work that we need to carry out as the organization. Over to you, Chair.
No, thanks very much, Acting CEO. And thanks, Mayor Mkalipi, for the kind words. It's quite encouraging. I must indicate, Chairperson and members of the committee, even on matters that we term litigation and so on, we try by all means to say wards don't belong to the demarcation board. They belong to the communities. And if there is a way where we basically can agree with the community, there's no need for us to go and defend the matters in court. There's one case in point, I think, in eThekwini, where we agreed with the eThekwini municipality on some of the matters. Nonetheless, technically, even if we have agreed as the two parties, sometimes you still need the court order to endorse that agreement. Then you'll see the difference in terms of the time for the court vis-a-vis our completion of the work. If we have agreed with the other party, we carry on with the work and just wait for, in other words, the formalities, as one can and say. But nonetheless, I think our acting CEO has covered almost all the questions. Like I indicated, members, on the outstanding matters pertaining to wards, yes, the board is sitting today to finalize those. The intention is that starting the May period, the IEC then can look into those matters that were outstanding for us to complete all the work that we are supposed to do. That is what I can say from my side, Chairperson Nyabulela.
Okay, the chair has gone to the private room. I'm the one that is in charge for now. Members, is all your question answered, or do you have follow-ups? Okay, it looks like the board has done a very excellent work and have managed to answer all the questions. No, I
Sorry,
think that.
I've got my hand up.
Oh, okay, yes, member.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just I wanted to find, I mean, it was talking in sort of general, but I have a specific question on whether any objections to ward delimitations due to fragmentation or splitting of wards, splitting of communities, has any objection ever been successful that has been sent to the demarcation board? Thank you.
Okay, Chair of the Board.
Thanks very much. I will request the acting CEO to respond to the question. for
Yes,
clarity.
yes. Thank you very much. My apologies, Member Van Zyl. On my notes, I had just written objections. I couldn't figure out what the question was. So I apologize for that. Yes, I missed that one. Yes, certainly. It's just that not on the presentation that we have now. A lot of words after the period of objections change on account of objections. I can report that about 39%, at least for those that we had finalized in December, about 39% of the published words were amended on account of objections. So indeed, yes, the answer is yes. About at that stage, about 39% of the words had been changed on account of words, and that talks to the success of the objections themselves. And what perhaps I should credit most of the objectors is that perhaps it's also because of our awareness and education campaign. Instead of just saying outrightly, no, we don't want this word, a lot of people then go ahead and say, in that case, as much as we don't like the word that you've published, however, we would propose that you configure it in this way. And what we've picked up is that as much as there's a number of people that still do not necessarily understand the process, but the number of people and stakeholders that understands the compliance to criteria for what delimitation is growing, and hence we are able to see now a lot of words getting changed on account of words. And even those that did not change, you'd find that in most instances it's because there are people who then wrote to us to say they are comfortable with word 1, 2, 3, and 5, but object to word 6, and then they make proposals. Yes, the answer is yes, that indeed there's quite a number of words that changes on account of words, of objections. Sorry, thank you.
Thanks
Thanks,
very much,
thanks.
Acting CEO. Yes, Chair.
Thanks, Mayor Kalipi, our chairperson. Now, I must indicate, chairperson, yes, we do have a slide, which we didn't think it will be necessary here, where we can indicate the number of objections and the objections that have been acceded to, agreed on simply because of the nature of those objections. We can send that slide to the Secretariat so that it can be circulated to members. What I would also want to stress, honorable members, is that even when the objection doesn't really qualify for us to change our decision, I must indicate our responses now. I have insisted that we write a detailed response. We don't just say, no, your objection really doesn't qualify and we can't change our decision. We must indicate thoroughly why it could not be acceded to and what basically could be other alternatives. That's what now we are doing with objections. And I must indicate, Chairperson, in some instances, even now, for instance, next week, I will be having some of the objectors coming to our office so that we can explain proper why we are not acceding to their request. Because in some instances, some of these matters are too technical, and just by writing out a response, it really doesn't help much in some other cases. So we are requesting some of them to come so that we can look into those objections and be able to explain why our position might not change. So I'm just trying to indicate, Chairperson, that it is in that spirit where I indicated earlier that the awards don't really belong to the demarcation board. They belong to the communities, and it is our duty to be able to justify the position and explain it, the position that we have taken to those communities. And of course, in some instances, different communities will have different views on certain matters. and there's not much that we can do about that. But for us to account and explain ourselves to communities is quite important in this regard. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Chair of the Board and the team. Can I check if the Chair of the committee is back? All right, is not back yet.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you.
Okay, please take over, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me then say thank you to the chairperson of the board and the CEO, acting CEO, and the different members for your presentation. We come to the end of this engagement. May I also just indicate that we have noted a number of the issues that you have raised. Your financial constraints, your geographic spread, the challenges with the geographic spread, presence in the different provinces. We note that obviously these issues are a little of a challenge even for the committee, but we note that. I think our major issues really relate to how, as you go about with your day-to-day activities, paramount in the way you do your work has to be about the satisfaction of the communities, that they are well informed, that they agree, and they are not inconvenienced by the demarcations that you have to bring in. It's also important that there should be good enough consultation so that their views are always taken into account, because we always come up when there are complaints and they feel that they've been excluded from the community, that they are part of, they've been inconvenienced with the demarcations that really don't consider the geographic spread and the geographic barriers. And a number of those issues are matters of concern. I think the members have raised various of the issues of their observations. We must just note that those issues you will try to an extent to deal with. But otherwise, we are preparing this for, as we are processing the APPs for purposes of continuous oversight, as the responsibility is of this committee, which we shall continue to do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answers. Thanks very much for your presentation. At this point, we move to the next committee. May we therefore excuse you, Chairperson, and your members of your board and your executive. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thanks, honorable members. Siyabulele.
Thank you very much. May we then welcome the team from the CRL Rights Commission. Shireen, if you can just indicate the apologies you have.
What do you want?
Thank you, Chairperson. We do have an apology from the Chairperson of the CRL Rights Commission, Ms. Ngwanazi Kaluva. Because we changed the date of the presentation, she was no longer available. So the Deputy Chairperson, Prince George Mashlangu, will lead the delegation from the CRL Rights Commission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. May I then invite Prince George Mashlangu, the Deputy Chairperson of the CRL Rights Commission, to present the delegation and then table the presentation. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson.
Angithokoze sihlalo we-Portfolio Committee, Honorable Dr. Zweli Mkhize, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, greetings to you all. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. It gives us great pleasure to present our 2026-2027 annual performance plan to this committee. I must indicate that yes, our chairperson indeed has had to juggle the balls, and she's in another commitment of the commission, as the secretariat would have indicated. With me is our CEO, Dr. Mafadza, as well as our CFO, Mr. Cornelius Smarts, who will also be taking you through the presentation that we have prepared for you. I must also indicate, Chairperson, that there are some special projects that continue to be our focus area. One of those is initiation. I can indicate that through our participation with NEOC, we have been doing oversight in various provinces, particularly in provinces that we deem to be the problem areas. And we have also supported these provinces with regards to awareness campaigns. We've partnered with provincial initiation coordinating committees to ensure that we look at informing the communities about some of the key issues that keep on coming up with regards to the fatalities that we see, particularly in those areas that are problem areas. So initiation remains a key focus area for the Commission. We intend to have a special plenary to look at the inputs that we would deem to be important to support the initiatives that the Minister of COCTA is seized with, and also from a cultural point of view. It is important that we provide this input so that we can do all that is necessary to curb the fatalities. We are also continuing, Chairperson, with our bylaws reviews. I think when we undertook this task in the previous year, it was a mammoth task, but we are on track in terms of the numbers that we are dealing with, and I'm sure Dr. Mafadza will share some of that, but it is a very important project for us. Of course, Chair, there's the Section 22, which we need to mention, but we have requested a special meeting that will focus on giving the Portfolio Committee a detailed brief of what the Section 22 is about. Having said that, Chairperson, I will request Dr. Mafadza to perhaps start with the presentation and the CFO. Thank you, Chairperson.
Please proceed, Mr. Mafadza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Dr. Mkhize, and honorable members for giving us an opportunity to do this presentation. I take it, Chair, that the presentation is visible on the screen. I'm sharing it.
Proceed, you can see.
Thank you. From my side, it's not even moving, so I no longer know now.
It's not moving, but it's showing.
Yeah, it's moving. It's moving now. So this slide, Chair, will just give some rituals of presentations, just to show what we are going to cover. Some of the things we will skip because we are aware that you know now the mandate of the Commission. But we'll also give an overview in terms of how we have fared when it comes to 2025-26 targets, but also cover the APP as we are requested to do so, and talk to the financials through the medium-term expenditure framework. This slide is just showing who is here. The deputy has already talked to that. So we are going to, in this presentation, also reflect on second and third quarters performance reports quite briefly, but also share briefly on our strategic plan, just to contextualize our annual performance plans. As I've indicated, medium-term expenditure framework that will accompany the presentation. In terms of our institutional arrangements, nothing much have changed. We still have the commission led by the chairperson, who is the executive authority. And of course, the commission discharging its duties by providing oversight to the programs of the institution through plenary and the following internal oversight committees. We still have investigation and conflict resolution committee, a research, publication and policy development committee, public education and advocacy committee, communications and marketing and information technology committee, corporate and support services committee, as well as finance committee. These are internal committees that provides oversight on day-to-day business of the commission. In the administration, which is led by the chief executive officer, we have about 5 programs. The first one being administration, which is, I'll show what administration covers there. There are other components there. And then B, we have an independent standing committee, investigation and conflict resolution. It's one of our core business kind of program. And then we also have the other one, which is core, is research, publication and policy development. And the third one, which is also core, public engagement and advocacy. Then we have communications, marketing and information technology, which is between support and core. And we are trying to use an approach to turn it into some core kind of program in our operations. I am not going to say a lot here, Chair, just to say that we are still operating under Section 185, 1ABC of the Constitution, and we are still assisted by the CRL Act 19 of 2002, and we align ourselves to those objectives of the Commission, of the Act, when we operate and do our work. And the powers and functions, Chair, are still there, 51A to K in terms of our CRL Act 19 of 2002. They are very, very critical, Chair, because here it's where we get our inspiration in terms of doing our work. So just a summary of how we have fared in terms of 2025-26 targets, although we know we are going to have time sometimes after the audit has been concluded to report on the annual report, but just to keep the members informed. So far, we in the unaudited report that we have ourselves, we have achieved all the targets. So until the Auditor General will say something different, that's when we'll amend. But so far, we are happy that our targets have actually been achieved. And we were actually operating under the following programs that I've already indicated. There's no change in terms of programs. So program 1 was still working on 9 indicators, while program 2 was still working on 3 indicators. And program 3 still on 1 indicator, and public education 2 indicators, and 5, which is program 5, 2 indicators, just to show that. So if we look at the unaudited actual achievement from the previous slides until this slide that I'm referring to, all targets are achieved as I've indicated. So we do not have any variance to explain currently. So the overall organizational performance against set targets, as I've indicated, it stands in terms of the numbers there. For quarter 2 and quarter 3, we can see in administration, we've broken down all the 8 indicators in administration, because administration has got the executive office, it's got the CEO's office, finance and corporate as well, and HR as well. So they are all having different targets, but they are under administration, which is program 1. And so if we look at this program in terms of the annual preliminary report, we can see that in terms of the recommendations that were coming to from plenary for implementation, we implemented all of those. And then the issue of performance reports that were supposed to be approved and reviewed are done. So in this slide, we do not have any target that is not achieved. But when we come to this slide, we can see on on the second target, which is like 100% of workplace skills development. On the second quarter, we did not achieve our target, which was because it's a combined reporting of second and third quarter, 25% each comes to 50%. So 25% was not accounted for in quarter two, but quarter three, we then do 38. So that will then say in quarter two, we did not achieve 25%, yet in quarter three, we did not achieve 12%. So we exceeded by 12%, I think. That's what we wanted to say. And this does not have a bearing to the overall reporting at the end of financial year because we have covered this space in the fourth quarter, Chair. But I just wanted to indicate this because we do not have space to engage on second and third quarters. So this slide, Chair, does not show any target that was not achieved. So I will not spend time on that one. If we come to this one, we can see now investigation and conflict resolution program as the top one on the slide, that in terms of quarter two and quarter two, we managed to achieve 20%. Because each was allocated 20% in terms of the targets, second quarter and third quarter, which is cumulatively 40% targets. And we managed to achieve 20%. Quarter three, we managed to do 100%, and the targets not achieved for the second quarter, the difference is 20 because we're supposed to do 40. Yeah, my apologies there, Chair. And then quarter three, we achieved all the targets there. But if we look at the 245 reviewed municipal bylaws that we were supposed to deal with, in quarter two, we managed to do 60. In quarter three, we managed to do 60. So we did not have any variance there. And I must say, Chair, this is kind of interesting work in terms of the reviews of bylaws with municipalities. We're covering a lot of ground on this and assisting municipalities to align some of the bylaws to cultural, religious, and linguistic rights of communities. So if we come to program 3, which is research and policy development, we managed to achieve all the targets there. So all the following programs then, in quarter two, quarter three, we achieved all the targets. So I will not again spend time on that one. When we come to comparative reporting for second and third quarter, we can see all the targets have been achieved for quarter two and quarter three. Same to continuation to other programs. And we are now giving a reason for why we did not achieve that quarter two target of work skills development plan. And we were saying that because of the extensive work in the project and outreach programs in core business, core business meaning research, investigations, and also in public education. We had many of our staff members were in the field, so they were not available for the trainings. But this has eventually been covered at the end of the fourth quarter. That time was made and everyone was then assisted and trained. So if we look at this slide, again, second and third quarters performance reporting, we can see because now we are talking indicator by indicator, and we're giving reasons for deviation where there was a deviation for second and third quarter. So perhaps let me pass that and just give a highlights of some of the work that was covered by program 2. In terms of handling complaints, we had received about 46 complaints in the second and third quarters, and these are just details in terms of how we dealt with the complaints, how many were resolved and how many were outstanding in the same quarter, Chair. And then when we come to complaints handled and currently under investigation, includes, amongst others, those that we have listed, just to give an example, issues of religious intolerance and religious domination at schools, refusal of learners to know studs and other religious items. These are much more common within the Hindu community, and some of those cases that we were dealing with were coming from such a community. And illegal use of graves in Adams Mission by eThekwini residents in KwaZulu-Natal, which was also lodged with us. And of course, invasion of graves by people living in informal settlements who build shacks on top of graves in the Eastern Cape province in Durban village. Just to give some examples, Chair, I know the annual report will cover all those, but it is interesting for the members also to know what kind of complaints we are dealing with there, so that when they also go to their jurisdiction, they are able to relate to some of these issues. So those are just for information for now, Chair, but when we go to the annual report, we will share more information. So this slide, Chair, shows a comparative analysis in terms of how the cultural cases came to the Commission and the total number we dealt with in the second and third quarter. So per province. So that those are the numbers we have, which I may not spend another time. And then if we look at the religious sector, per province, second quarter and third quarter, that's those are the numbers in terms of where we stand. I know for the purposes of today, it's just for information because this is going to be covered by the annual report. And then in terms of language, this is where also we stand in terms of the updates when it comes to the how we fared in the previous financial year. Program 2, then I talked about the issues of reviews of bylaws. What kind of bylaws were we focusing on? Which areas that we were dealing with or focusing on? So we do mention the municipality, we mention the finding, we mention the recommendation, and we also indicate on, for instance, on 1.1, what kind of a bylaw we're dealing with, just for members to note. And then those are the municipalities we were focusing on. It's a continuation. And if we look at Waterberg in Limpopo, then Bembe District Municipality, Umgungu Ndlovu. So we're covering a lot of ground there. When it comes to research, we managed also to achieve all our targets. And these are the projects we were dealing with in the second and third quarter. The issue of persistent challenges faced by South African high school sign language learners post South African Sign Language Proclamation as a 12th official language. So we're trying to see if there's any progress made since the announcement. Are there still any other challenges that this community is experiencing? And indeed, we found some. And on this slide, we're just showing the focus groups and where they were conducted. And the purpose of that project in terms of what exactly we wanted to achieve together with the objectives of that research and that which made us to get into this kind of a research in terms of the problem statement and the findings that we have, as you can see them for the members to note, and then the recommendations that we have made that we maybe I will just take one or two just to highlight the recommendations we've made. Maybe just before that, maybe let me take one finding just to highlight to the members there, the issue of education, lack of tangible impact. Learners reported no noticeable improvement since South African Sign Language was recognized. So they are still suffering in terms of interpretation, and also shortage of qualified sign language teachers and interpreters, and curriculum and assessment not adapted for deaf learners. So these are some of the findings. I just wanted to highlight one or two so that when I go to the recommendations, at least I would have contextualized the findings. So we are saying that we must make South African Sign Language interpretation services mandatory across all public institutions where possible, even in points of service delivery. And also we must introduce monitoring and compliance mechanisms for them so that we are sure that what legislation has covered is followed. And of course, there are areas that we would want attention to be paid in higher education and also in public services and technology and communication, in line in trying to support the South African Sign Language. And of course, the issue of awareness and inclusion is not something we can run away from. We should always continuously be doing that. So if we look at public education and advocacy, which is program 4, for Q2 and Q3, we reached all our targets, so there are no corrective measures needed there. And of course, we in total are standing at 30 information and educational sessions conducted, which we had targeted for the year. So we have reached that target. And these are some of the notes that shows the focus areas in terms of the visits. Also, if we look at this slide, where did we go to do those kind of work, so that members can see if we also went to their areas of interest in doing this kind of work. Northern Cape in the previous financial year was covered a lot with the Khoisan for the Khoisan community language, trying to promote and raise awareness, but also to coordinate so that in one way or the other, we are preparing for the coming of this language as an official language. So we will see that we spent some time also in the Northern Cape. So I will not dwell much into the observations while we're engaging people. They are there for members to note for now. When it comes to communications, they're to produce all the reports and to issue all the media statements and targets were reached. And exhibitions, just for interest's sake, these are the areas, Chair, that we also visited for exhibitions when we were participating in communities. And of course, the media coverage, we do give the dates and the issues that we were dealing with. And the reach in terms of how we fed in giving out the information that we were dealing with to the people to know. The CFO will deal with slide 56 to 59 and 82, 83. 82 and 83 is for the APP medium term, and slide 56 to 59 is Q2 and Q3, just for members to know. So I'll give him time at the end of my presentation when I'm done with the APP. So on this one, Chair, I must then say we are starting the issue of the APP. Our vision and values and mission did not change. I mean, we still remain with still mutual respect amongst the diverse cultural, religious, and linguistic communities, and to foster the rights of communities to freely observe and practice their culture, religion, and language. We're still driven by this vision and mission. And the values, as you can see, haven't changed. And the impact statement is the same. We are trying to create an enabling environment for cultural, religious, and linguistic communities to coexist and participate in the development of peace, friendship, humanity, tolerance, national unity on the basis of equality, non-discrimination, and free association. That's the outcome we're looking for when we do our work on a daily basis. And that will also still be continuing in the coming year. And our outcomes is good corporate governance. We still want to strengthen conflict resolution and legislative reviews, and sustained research to create a reservoir of information on any cultural, religious, and language matters. And of course, we want communities that are informed and participative on their cultural, religious, and language rights. And so our outcome indicators in terms of the linking them to the 5-year target, we can see that we're still standing at 80% of new complaints. Of course, before this one, I must emphasize that we are still striving for unqualified audit opinion for each year of the strategic plan. And I must indicate that last year we got a clean audit. We're trying to look for the same even in this year to show that we live up to this expectation. And then when it comes to conflict and resolution, 80% of new complaints will be handled still in the 5 years. And so we take 80 per year as well. So 80% of carried over cases, if there are any outstanding, we want to resolve them. 100% of bills and legislations reviewed in the 5 years of the strategic plan. And we are targeting 1,285 municipal bylaws that impact on cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. By 5 years, we should have covered this. And we are so far doing well because this was our first year to make that kind of an assessment. And then we're still going to produce 20 research reports on issues of priority, issues that needs intervention and inform policy direction, either through municipalities or parliament or anywhere. We do it through research. We will continue doing that. And then we're still gonna do information sharing sessions in terms of our work that are 300 in 5 years, and then divided to 60 per year. And we are going to establish community councils, what we call provincial councils, cultural ones, religious ones, and language ones. Excuse me. And then we have 4 rating out of 5 over the 5-year period, and then 10 media monitoring and analysis reports. We're still going to be working on that. Our institutional arrangement will not change, as I've alluded to the other slide, will remain the same. And so our activities, as I've indicated, will be recognizing community councils, will be reviewing legislations, will be conducting research, will be raising awareness sessions, awareness with communities, and will continue doing the marketing and media monitoring for the same impact that I've indicated with all the outcomes that we highlighted in the previous slide aligned to different programs. And so I will then just say that these are just annual breakdowns, as you can see on the last column, where we find that in terms of good corporate governance, still 100% of implemented recommendations from plenary and approved performance reports, and also quarterly financial statements that are approved and compliant in terms of issuing paying the invoices within 30 days, and also making sure that the internal audit review reports are in place. And if we look at the issue of performance agreements, we still believe in performance agreements, that we should monitor it and make sure that performance agreements are signed by all employees within the organization. And 100% of annual performance agreements, as I've indicated, workplace skills will still continue, and also will have reports that are assisting us to manage risks and come up with mitigating strategies where risks are identified. We'll continue doing that work. And we will also, if we look at the medium term for targets, from 2026 to 2027 to 2028 is the same target throughout, because we just adjust by a year once the other year has actually lapsed. And it's the same trend we are going to follow. So, Chair, because there's nothing much that we have changed in terms of our targets, I will also skip this one because it's almost a repetition of what we are doing. Even if it comes to outcome number 2 of conflict resolution, is the same. Same applies to outcome number 3 of research. And also outcome number 4 and 5. So our annual targets, as I've explained, stands in that fashion for all the programs: public education, communications, and also, so I'll talk only now to the priority areas of the commission in the short to medium term. But the Deputy Chair has also touched on some of those that will continue making sure that the customer initiation, promoting and protection of customer initiation practice, and ensuring Customer Initiation Act 2 of 2021 is adhered to by all relevant stakeholders in preservation of young lives. So we're doing that, and we're also actively participating currently in terms of the amendments of the customer initiation practice. We've done a wide range of consultation with our stakeholders to input on this, so that at least we can have a meaningful amendment. And then consultation on the establishment of religious self-regulation councils or communities. This is what the Deputy Chair indicated, that the Commission also requested audience with the committee to brief them on this project, so that we are all aligned. And then promotion and protection of South African Sign Language will continue, and the issues of ukuhlolwa as a cultural practice, promotion and making sure that there's a differentiation between the real practice or original practice and those that are just taking chances on the process to using the name of ukuhlolwa. So we still in that project as well. And then the issues of promotion and protection of the Khoi and San community cultures and religion and languages, and we're focusing a lot on language. I must say, Chair, that we are even now starting to engage with other stakeholders in Namibia. I remember in some previous meetings, the Chair was also very keen to say that we must learn from our neighboring countries on some issues of common interest. One of those is this Khoi and San language or Nama language that is used in Namibia. We must learn as to how they developed it to be one of the official languages. A review of legislation that impact on cultural, religious, and linguistic rights of communities, with special emphasis on recycling of graves, animal slaughtering, and land use for religious and cultural purposes. This will also be covered by the bylaws as well. So CFO, this is one of the slides you will talk to, the one for medium-term expenditure. So I'll request the CFO to come in and talk to the issue of second and third quarter slides, which is 56. I'll go back there, Chair, for him to start from there, from here. And then once the CFO finishes, I'll conclude, Chair.
Afternoon, Chairperson and honorable committee members. For the expenditure that we have had in the second quarter, this is a breakdown of the revenue. It's cumulative, so quarter two is having the information for quarter one and two. So the allocation that we get from the department, from National Treasury, was 23 million, close to 24 million in the second quarter, and by the end of the third quarter it was 35 million. We generated income on cash that we have in the bank, 800,000, and then 1.2 million. Then on compensation of employees, we spent 15.8 million at the end of quarter two and 23.9 at the end of quarter three. Operational expenditure 10 and 15 million. Total expenditure 26 and 39 million. So it will show that there's a slight over expenditure, which we fund from retained earnings for our operations. Then this is just a per unit, where how the expenditure is per unit. Administration is our biggest expenditure at the moment. And then investigation 1.8 million and 2.4 million. Research 1.6 million and 2.9. Public education 1.1 and 2 million. And marketing and information technology was 2.4 and 4 million by the end of each of the quarters. So this is just a graphic picture of the information that was reported before, so I'm not going to spend too much time here. This one equally is the same graphic information. This is just per program. So it talks to the second slide there. And then, Chair, I think that is then my part.
You need to go to.
Oh, okay. And then
The medium term.
Oh, the medium-term budget, yes. So this is the allocation that we have received from Treasury. So broken down into our respective programs. In 26-27, administration will have a budget of about 24 million, 7-8, 20 million, and 28-9, 21 million, 22 million. Investigation and conflict resolution will have 2.9 million and 3 million and 3.2 million. Research will have 3 million in 6-7 and 3.1 in 7-8 and 3.3 in 8-9. Sorry, that is on compensation of employees and on. So you see the breakdown there is between compensation of employees and operational expenses that we have budgeted for. So this is the baseline allocation that we have received from Treasury. Then in respect of our budget is constrained, Chair, as you will notice, we are currently funding some of the activities from retained earnings also, mainly because the activities is picked up. There's more activities that we're engaged in, and the baseline allocation is growing like normal, just marginally. So we do not have sufficient funds in our baseline only to carry all the commitments that we have. So currently we're also working with retained earnings. Thank you, Chair.
So towards my conclusion, Chair, we are saying that all the information that we've given is covered in our strategic plan that we submitted to Parliament and our annual performance plan that we also submitted to Parliament for 26-27. Just to still say, Chair, that the issue of regional presence is still on our table. Issues of being more visible to the local communities is still our challenge as a commission. And some of the contestations, Chair, you can tell that when we do our work and people are contesting, is because our limitation of reaching out to them sometimes. Because, you can imagine the 33 staff members or 37 saving the whole 60 million. Of course, some will not get the information. So our vision of wanting to have presence in, provinces and local communities is still very strong. But we have these limitations. We have already presented this to the minister, who we get funds through from Treasury, and they agreed that they will also try and engage Treasury to assist us in this process to see if there are any openings where they can be able to get some funds for us to be able to perform our work optimally. So that is just the end of our presentation. I will hand over to the Deputy Chair before the Deputy Chair hands over back to the Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Mafadza and Mr. Smuts for that presentation. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I think you would know that part of our main challenges is just this limited funding in terms of us executing our full mandate So this issue remains. It still weakens our institutional impact and stakeholder engagement and so on. So it is just one of those issues that we hope that at some point we will find favor with an increased budget. But needless to say, thank you very much for the opportunity once again, Honorable Chairperson, for allowing us to table our APP for 2026-2027. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, Prince George Mahlangu. Thank you for the presentation, and thanks to the rest of the team, Dr. Mafatsa, and the rest of the team. Thank you for your presentation. May I now invite the honorable members to make comments? You've got Honorable Van Zyl on the line. Please take the floor. Honorable Van
Thank
Zyl.
you, Chairperson, and thank you to the acting Chairperson and his team for the presentation this morning. It's a shame that the Chairperson is not on. But in saying that, I've got a couple of questions. You state your role as the CRL to strengthen constitutional democracy and protect the rights thereof. Can you point to maybe one measurable improvement in the daily lives of South Africans directly accountable or attributable to your work? Because I haven't heard many success stories. Well, I didn't read of anything either. Then obviously we all know about the Commission trying to continuously push for religious sector regulation and self-regulation councils. Under what constitutional authority do you justify this intrusion to freedom of religion? And maybe to ask further, under which program are you doing this, and at what cost has that been done so far? I'm sure the CFO would know. Then you achieved 100% in almost all of your targets, and I'm thinking that your targets might be too low and that it's not really meaningful, and that links to the first question, if there's any success stories that you can tell us. Also, I read somewhere that you are producing 4 research reports per year. What is the cost per report, and how has these reports maybe changed any of the government policies up to date? If someone can touch on that. And then talking about the your own research about the fact that there's no improvement for deaf learners despite SASL recognition. What is the plan with that? Because we only heard that. I might have missed if there is a plan in fixing the improvement for the deaf learners. And then I read also that you've handled 46 complaints over the last, I think it was 2 terms, but only 7 cases has been finalized. Why is the resolution rate so low? We know these possibly are to do with graves and sites and grave sites and also cultural disputes. What is the average turnaround time? Let me maybe ask that for a time to resolve a complaint. Then, Chairperson, it would be amiss of me not to again mention that the CRL Commission is a constitutional body, but it is increasingly behaving like a regulator without a mandate, while failing to demonstrate real measurable impact for ordinary South Africans. And we must interrogate whether this institution is protecting rights or overreaching into areas like religion while delivering very little in practice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Taiposh.
Thank you, Chair. I've been mainly covered by Honorable Van Zyl, but I just again want to just confirm, if the CRL can confirm for me, if there are only 37 employees countrywide, just to confirm that for me. And then also I would like to know what percentage of their budget is being spent on salaries. Thank you.
Honorable Mkalipi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation from the CRL. I just want to ask one question, especially on the conflict resolution or dispute resolutions slides. I just want to understand how far is the mandate of the Commission in terms of resolving on those disputes that are emanating from the ground. For instance, Chair, I just want to make an example as they are dealing with a religion. I want to understand, there is a case that has been reported to me recently of young school kids who were taken by one of the Ubaba Thizeni under a certain religion, and then said to these kids and to these parents, I'm going to get a bursary for your kids. Those kids are 12 years. They are residing around in Tuzum. Fast forward, the parents were told to contribute 2,000 from the beginning, and then every month, or 1,000. But they're saying in total they paid 6,000 towards the bursary that was promised by a person from a certain religious group, and then they were taken to be placed somewhere. Now the parents are getting reports from their kids to say that no, we are ill-treated here, we are made slaves here, we are forced to follow this particular religion in such a way that we have to fast, and our background does not suggest that we can fast. As a result, the kids left that area and they are out of schools now, and then the parents are asking for intervention in terms of getting their money back and to be the kids to be placed in certain schools around their place. So I just want to know the mandate of the CRL Commission, if they can intervene, especially these kids, they were lulled in the name of a certain religion. There is number one. Number two, Chair, I want to understand in terms of their indicators in their programs, this matter that is a hot matter of Section 22, because you can't be saying that you have a program that specifically deals with disputes that arose from the communities. But now you as a commission, you are also embark on some topical issue that needs to be resolved in terms of the disputes with your stakeholders, which is the religion. So I want to know, how do you balance the two? The third one, I just want to understand the mandate of the commission now in the country in KZN. As we speak today, I think there's a march. There's this grouping called March in March that is against the illegal foreigners, so to say. But they are also beating up people who are here in the country legally, as long as we are in African and you don't speak a certain language that is acceptable to these people, including a person who is at the forefront of that beating of Africans. That person is an employee of a municipality of Kwanongom. So I want to know the role of the CRL Commission in terms of addressing those things that are happening in the country, which is putting our country in a very bad light. If the Commission works with other institutions like the Human Rights Commission, we have seen their statements on several occasions, and then even the government on certain departments. Thank you very much, Chair.
With regard to the first and the last of your comments, you might want to direct the issues with the specifics so that the commission can actually follow them as a proper complaint. Kids who are taken to a particular place and they feel that they've been misled, abused, and religious issues. So I think there are specifics that will be needed for that. And the last one, the same. But nevertheless, may I then ask that let's ask Honorable Ntolo to come in, and then we'll ask for responses. Thank you, Honorable Ntolo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me just also raise a concern, like Honorable Van Zayt, with regard to the apology of the chairperson of the CRL committee. Chair, it's really a shame, and actually, the chairperson actually is not part of us. Taking into cognizance the issues raised to this committee by the various stakeholders with regard to chairperson herself and the commission as well. So it's really disappointing that it's not part of us in this virtual meeting. Nevertheless, chairperson, With regard to the report, we appreciate the report presentations. But in terms of the report itself, there was a mention of the support that is given to the municipalities, but there were no specifics with regard to that, what kind of support with regard to that. And I also noticed, but when it came to programs, and there were specifications with regard to that, in terms of the municipalities. I'll appreciate if the chairperson would actually indicate, if possible, specifications with regard, if the chairperson could indicate specifics with regard to the support that is given to the municipalities. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Please take us through, and then you can distribute your questions across your team and respond to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, for the questions. I will ask the CEO to just respond to the questions, and then I will add to the responses. And those that require the CFO will also deal with those, but we will endeavor to respond to all the questions. CEO.
Thanks, the Deputy Chair. Thanks, Chair. I'll also request the CFO to come in at some stage. But let me start with the questions that were raised by Honorable Van Zyl around the issues of religious freedom and the cost of Section 22. I want to say, Chair, that in the introductory remarks of the Deputy Chair, it was indicated that the Commission has requested audience, a fiscal meeting with the committee to unpack this issue of Section 22. And I would request, if possible, Chair, that we shelve these answers to those presentations so that at least we have a full understanding and context of where these operations are coming from. It will also help us to separate the tares from the wheat because there's always a challenge of dealing with issues piecemeal. We should just focus on this issue and deal with it comprehensively and try and find one another and move as a nation. So I would say all those questions related to Section 22, perhaps will be at the mercy of the Portfolio Committee to respond positively to give the Commission the space to come and engage physically with the committee. And perhaps we can also extend that to some members of Section 22 so that the committee members can also get to know them. And then the issue of research reports and the impact we are making. So once we have done the research and we have the recommendations, those recommendations are given to the affected institutions for implementation or departments for implementation. Some of them may be recommendations that would want some kind of a review in a particular legislation, or also in terms of certain things to be done. But also, it is through these recommendations that sometimes we also draw the approach of mediation to those communities and assist them. And once we resolve those issues, or even if we don't resolve them and we hand them over to other relevant institutions for recourse, these are some of the impacts that we come with when we are dealing with these issues to impact the lives of the people. There was an issue of the targets being low. Targets are aligned to the budget. So and of course, I must say that it is true that we stand at about 38 permanent staff members. If you look at that and the broader mandate of the commission, it's a huge task looking at the financial limitations as well. So targets are aligned in terms of the budget that we receive, because we can't go very high when we know we can't achieve those targets. Then the issue of turnaround times, it depends on the issue received at the time. Some issues or complaints, when they come to the commission, they may be resolved immediately in a process of acknowledging that the complaint has been received. If it calls for a mediation, we then invite both parties to come for a mediation. If it's a matter that we feel it is outside our mandate, we then refer that matter to the relevant institutions. But we keep on providing oversight. And this was a very good observation in our previous engagement by the chair of the committee, that once you refer the matters, you must continue providing oversight and see that the matter is brought into its conclusion. We've taken that, and that's part of what we do. And in the process, that is how we also have a positive impact when we are dealing with the issues of complaints. So a procedural manual that we have within the organization is what guides us in terms of the turnaround and how we deal with certain complaints. Sometimes they can even run beyond a year. That's why in terms of our presentation under complaints, we are saying there's carried over cases, meaning that sometimes we might have targeted that this case will be concluded by this time, but because of the nature and complexity of that case, it takes more time for investigations and other related matters, and therefore prolongs some of the complaints. Just to answer that question. The question from Honorable Typos, I think I've answered it. Yes, we are 38 employees, Honorable Typos, and I know because we've worked with you before, maybe you became a member of parliament, you know very well that our work is huge. 38, I'm sure you can tell that, yeah, we are really pushing very hard and struggling in terms of human capacity. The budget there, the CFO will talk to that in terms of employees, vis-a-vis the kind of work that we are doing. The other questions that were raised by Honorable Kalipi, I think I will take the approach of the chairperson that the complaint, Honorable Kalipi, we can share so that we can look at it and see how we can intervene. And where we may not be able to deal with the case or complaint alone, we do bring in other institutions like your Human Rights Commission, Commission for Gender Equality, Public Protector, and sometimes we can even assist the victims to open those cases with the South African Police Services and still push that the matters are fast-tracked. So let's see let's receive that complaint and make an assessment, and then we'll communicate with the honorable member in terms of the possibilities of us assisting in that case. The issue of march and beating even the leaders because of being African, it borders on issues of xenophobia. So it takes us back to 2008, where the commission was also, trying to send a message out to communities that we should coexist and live together with those that are legally within the country, and also value one another, and also stand to our democratic values, and make sure that we are not found wanting also as citizens of this country in dealing with the concerns that we have, and perhaps refer them to also relevant institutions that can assist to resolve such issues, being part of it, mediation, especially for those that are legal within the country. But those that are illegal is another issue. So I've answered the question of working with other institutions. The Last question from Honorable Mtolo. I think the issue of chair not being here was not intentional. I think the secretary of the committee indicated in their introductions to the chair that it was because of the move of a meeting from yesterday to today that made the chair not to be available. She was available all along. And we wrote immediately when we noticed that, we wrote to the secretary to notify and request that they take the apology to the committee. So it was not intentional. It's something that was unavoidable, but the platform can still be created for members to engage on issues of Section 22, because mainly the questions were raised around the hot issue of Section 22. So if that platform can be given, members will be satisfied to ask all the questions in the presence of the chair. I'll then request the CFO to add where he may want to add, and then we'll hand over to the deputy chair.
Proceed, CFO. CFO, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, in respect of the specific cost for the one committee, I will have to come back to Parliament with an answer. The reason is that we have several projects, so we report on per program. So not per specific project per se. So some of the information is collated. So I will have to go and draft the response properly for that. The other matter that I think that I can address is the matter about our staff budget in comparison to our allocation. Chair, it is always very difficult for the CRL and any institution that have a budget as small as the CRL to reach all the required, if I can say, positions that you will need in an organization of this nature. We have to outsource some of our functions. For example, our internal audit function is outsourced. Our risk and compliance we don't have a specific functionary for those functions. So it's added on to other portfolios, for example, the CFO, to deal with those ones, which brings about limitations and which brings about also concerns from the audit committee's point of view in respect of having all the I won't say control measures, but have all the specific functions that they would expect you to have in place. So the budget for our payroll is currently just over 60% of our total budget, which is having a constrained influence on what the amount of money available for programs after that has been taken into consideration. This matter have been raised with Treasury regularly, but unfortunately the situation remains the same. So currently we're working with this kind of skeleton staff because of our budget constraints. So although it looks a little bit out of proportion, the salary bill in relation to the number of employees, it is because of the scale of everything, the scale of the budget, as well as the scale of the required functions that we must do. And that's why also in the other slides that I've presented, you will see that the compensation of employees budget in administration is far larger than the compensation of employees in the operational plans. It's because in administration, you've got things that you must do that you cannot get away from. And that impacts on what is available to redistribute in other areas. So the staff budget, although the staff is very limited, the budget is with all the money that we can use to make sure we have as much staff as possible. We've allocated that to that limit. So that is maybe what I can say on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Before you come in, Deputy Chair. CFO,
Yes, sir.
don't you think you are overstaffed? You're spending over 60%, is in my calculation correct? Of your
Yes,
budget on
Chair.
salaries.
Your calculation is correct, Chair. We're spending about 63.6% of our budget on staff. We are not overstaffed, Chair. We unfortunately find it difficult to even service all the. That's why the targets, you will see 4 research programs, not 40. It's because of the staff limitations that we have. Equally with the cases in ICR, the unit of ICR, for example, consists of a senior person and 2 other persons, and they must do all the investigations and they must resolve all the matters. So we're actually finding it very difficult. Add on to that also the fact that in this limited budget, we do not even have someone in, for example, Northern Cape that can do investigations for us. So we need to travel with us 3 people from here to Northern Cape, do the work, come back. Then there's no one else to do the rest of the work. So no, we are not overstaffed. We're also the levels of the staff that we have determined is not excessive. If you compare it with other investigators, it is on par with what is paid for those kinds of services. So we're really our funding and our mandate is not coming together at the moment, Chair. I hope I expressed it well.
No, let me put it the other way. If your budget was 40% for compensation of employees and then 60% operations, would you not be doing more with that budget than what you are doing? What kind of benchmarking that gave you the staffing complement you have now? How do you then say for sure you are not overstaffed?
Chair, the CRL production is in our human capacity. We're not a production unit that will, for example, that will build houses or. So what we need is the people to go and do investigations. So our compensation of employees will always be different from a business unit that having other outputs. Our outputs is intangible. Our outputs is in the skills of our people to do research, to write reports, to so the challenge with CRL is if you outsource, for example, research projects, then the question will be, but can you not do this internally? Can you not create the internal capacity to do it? If you do it it internally and you create the capacity internal, it means you're raising your salary bill, because the money that you would have outsourced, which would have been compensation, would have been goods and services, now for that same money, it becomes now salary expenditure, because now you've got a warm body, which you pay a salary to do the very same work, because you've now built capacity in-house. So our challenge in respect of the ratio between operational expenditure and our salary bill is that the work that we pay for is within the persons that is doing the work. We will not buy a lot of things. We will mainly currently it is for traveling to reach the communities and for having the engagements with them. Equally with our public education engagements, you need someone who will stand there in front of the community, telling them this is whatever the program is we discuss. For example, if we talk about the mandate of the CRL, you will have someone there and that someone will cost you a salary. So you cannot buy books and then give books. You need the people. So I think that is something that is making our salary ratio a little bit different from other institutions. The fact that we need the people to, so we're actually not buying anything other than the skills of people to perform our functions. I hope I expressed myself well, Chair.
Chair,
Well, we are aware you're not building houses. We're aware you're not distributing books. We're aware you need the skills of the people. I asked the question, benchmark. What makes you know for sure you are not overstaffed? And the question is, maybe you need to give us a whole breakdown of all the skills, and let's have a sense of productivity of all the individuals. Because my question is, if you spend 60% on the services and 40 on the staff, would you not do more work? Now, you need to convince me with something else that guided you to a point of the staff establishment taking you to 63% instead of 44% or 30%. That's the question I'm asking. So we know we're not dealing with people who are doing books and houses, but what benchmark have you used to get to that point? That's the question I'm asking.
Chair, our benchmark, what we used is we also looked for the same skills that we need. We looked what is the, can I say, the market salary for those skills in other institutions like CGE and human rights and those. So we benchmarked with other Chapter 9s as well when we established our establishment and to determine the salary levels, for example. This you want to?
Yes, Chairperson, if I can come in, I think
Who's coming
obviously
in?
it is Chairperson.
So just hold on. Honorable Bosch, before you come, who's coming? Is that the Deputy Chair?
Yes, I just wanted to
Just
assist.
before you come in, we'll get Honorable Bosch, but I'm just asking because I can't see anywhere who's speaking. So that's fine. You'll come in just now. Honorable Bosch, and then you come back.
Chair, I'd like to know what the annual budget is, so I know what I'm working with. If I say 60%, I would like to know 60% of what?
Okay,
What is
you'll
the
get
annual
that.
budget, please?
Sure. All right,
Thanks.
let's get that. And Deputy Chair, you can come in.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think, of course, on the question that you raised, Chairperson, of course, it is correct and true that if we had this ratio the other way around, we would be doing a lot more. So it goes without saying. I think we note this question, and I think, Chair, what we need to do is to just contextualize it a little bit and ensure that we provide the committee with perhaps a much more detailed benchmark in terms of how we get to this. This is also a legacy issue that is as a consequence of many years of soliciting additional funding in order to do the programs that we do. In fact, Chairperson, in our strategic session last year, we upped some of the targets that Honorable Van Zyl was talking about, saying that they are low. We found creative ways of ensuring that we do more with the capacity that we have. We have applied a project approach where we could to ensure that we optimize our resourcing and we get the best outputs out of the limited staff that we have. I think that is important for the committee to note. But I think it might be prudent, CEO, that we do a proper we give a proper response, Chairperson, in writing in terms of this question, so that at least the committee can be satisfied that in doing our work, we are constrained by certain things, but also the capacity of our staff members in terms of what they bring to the table, so that the context can be understood, Chairperson. I hope that clarifies that issue, that we will provide additional feedback. 49.6. In terms of
can I ask the CFO just the one figure? Honorable Taibosh wanted to know the exact budget, just the figure.
It is 49.6 million, Chair. The annual budget for 26-27 from Treasury, it's 49.6 million. So it's not even 50 million rand.
Yeah, your last comment doesn't help us. What is the difference between 49 and 50 million? Now that you made the point.
I apologize for that, Chair, but I was just, no, it is 49.6 million, Chair.
Okay, I think.
Can I come in?
Who wants to come? Taibosh? Yes, please
Yes.
come in. Can you
Sure,
take off the
that's,
slide?
sorry, I asked this question earlier on and we had the other people around as well. And yeah, I just wanted to make sure that my calculations is not. Chair, that if you look at the 38 staff members that are employed, all right, and if you look at 60% of 49 million, that gives the average salary of 2.4 million per annum per staff member. If that money, that 60% is just for salaries, that's an average of 2.4 million per annum for salaries. So, must be highly skilled, highly educated people at the CRL working for salaries like that. And that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, Honorable Taibosh, I think we will have to bring this matter back. But in bringing it back, we're going to need the team to do a number of things for us. Firstly, we do want to get this budget properly segregated so we can see what goes to what. Okay, we've seen the highlights of it. Secondly, we would like to see the breakdown of your staff complement. Who is where and what skills and what salaries. That is in terms of those categories. Let's get that. And then let's get this skills range. The CFO says we're not building houses, you're not selling books. What do you do? What skills do you have? So let's have a proper breakdown of all of these, aligned also with the salary scales associated with those skills, and obviously experience and everything. But we want to get a proper sense of what made you decide you're going to get 38 and not 36 and not 22 and not 30. We want to know how did you land up with the number. So that's what needs to, the one I'm asking for benchmark, that's what we want to get. So we need to be all satisfied that, look, this is the most basic stuff that you can, structure that you can have, and the cost thereof is this much. We're all on the same wavelength. Right now, it doesn't look like we are in that level. So we will come back to this discussion. When you come back next time, please break that down, and then we'll come and have it as a presentation of how you came about with those numbers. Now, can I get back to the Deputy Chair? You wanted to deal with the issues raised by Honorable Van Zyl, Mkhaliphi, Mtolo, and probably the ones I also want to raise, but let's hear. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. We've noted the request that you've made, and we will oblige, Chairperson. I just wanted to indicate that the CEO as well as the CFO have answered most of the questions, and I will not bore the committee with additional information where appropriate. But I think I just wanted to indicate in terms of the targets that are too low from Honorable Van Zyl. and indicate that what we have done in our strategic plan is we have increased and stretched some of these targets. For instance, with the review of the bylaws, we are doing and reviewing all the bylaws in the period of our in the period of 5 years of our plan. So there is that option, obviously, Chairperson, that relates to it's a function of the budget that we are allocated. I think the issues of Honorable Taibosh have been addressed. And then we note the issues from Honorable Mkalipi, and we will actually, through the CEO and units, we will engage with Honorable Mkalipi so that we can deal with these issues and start the necessary investigations and engage those communities and deal with the issues in line with our mandate. In terms of Honorable Mdolo, I think he was referring to the specifics in terms of the support to the municipalities. Chairperson, I can only imagine that he's talking to perhaps the work that we are doing around customary initiation. If that is the case, then we are engaging with all the specific municipalities that conduct initiation that have requested us to give them the specific supports. For instance, for the review of the bylaws that we do together with the provincial initiation coordinating committees. Otherwise, Chair, that is all that we have in terms of the questions that have been raised. I'll pause there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honourable members have raised an issue in relation to the Section 22 committee process. I want to raise 3 issues about it. What the members are raising is that CRL is supposed to resolve conflicts. But is the commission aware that the processes that they've embarked upon is actually going on to create more conflict that needs to be resolved? Now, the deputy chair handled this issue very diplomatically and said, well, we would like a meeting to discuss these issues. I think the CEO said the same thing and put it as a meeting where we can deal with it and not deal with it piecemeal. We will have a meeting with the CRL Commission, but I need to indicate that there was no request from the commission to discuss this issue. What we had was a meeting which was held on a Friday, 28th of November, where we invited the CRL Commission and the minister to discuss the whole process issue of the Section 22 committee process. I was chairing the meeting. The minister asked to be excused from the matter because the minister felt the CRL Rights Commission, being a Section 9 institution, is accountable to Parliament and only relates to the minister whose responsibilities are limited to administrative facilitation, and that any policy development or legislative proposal must go through proper channels before the minister can act as a member of the executive. I'm reading the minutes. So we couldn't pursue the matter further with the minister. Then I invited the CRL chairperson to comment on the matter. And in this discussion, we were already been taken, the matter had been taken to court. And I then asked the chairperson to come in and address the committee. And the chairperson said that the commission had been advised by the legal teams not to get involved in a discussion around these issues. And therefore, we couldn't proceed that discussion. So I don't want us to create an impression that this committee has not tried to actually get to solicit the views of the commission. In that meeting we had, the chairperson declined to comment because she said they were under the legal advice. Now, as far as I know, that matter is still in court. Now, just for completeness sake, let me just say, initially, I had then taken a view that we should then meet the two groups of the religious leaders who were opposed and those who were opposed to the process and those who were working together with the CRL Commission. The members of the committee felt it was a little premature to do that without getting a legal opinion, which I thought we were going to do all of those things at the same time. And the members said, no. Let's play it safe. First get the legal opinion, then we can take the next step. Then, of course, we got the next step and had a legal opinion on this matter. So we have continued to engage on this, and subsequent to that, we actually engaged some of those church leaders who are already in court. We have then had two meetings with them. The first meeting, it was at our instance, where we invited them so that they can give us their side of the story. The second instance, they requested a meeting. In the second meeting, they were then raising complaints against the chairperson, indicating that they believe that the chairperson needs to be investigated. That matter is now, the committee is seized with that matter. Now, because of the fact that as you move around, there's a lot of activities of people, church groups, who are raising objections to the Section 22 committee. It's almost every weekend, it's almost every channel, and it's every town you are getting these kinds of meetings. Now, also, not only that, I've got a poster from the Hindu societies raising complaints about this whole process. Now, the speaker then was concerned and called me to a meeting to give them a briefing, which I duly did. And then some of us would be aware that the speaker issued a statement before the Easter weekend. Before the Easter weekend, the speaker had attempted to hold a meeting with this commission, invited the commission to a meeting in Cape Town. Whilst initially it was agreed, it turned out later that the meeting could not proceed. From the side of the speaker, the concern was that the chairperson had sent a message that the members were too far apart and the meeting notice was short. And on that basis, she could not convene the members so that they would then not be in a position to host the meeting. That meeting did not then materialize. Subsequently, after the meeting with the various leaders, I then called the chairperson and briefed her what the nature of this meeting was, where I said the meeting was held at the instance of the religious leaders who had complaints about the chairperson. Then I raised the issue of the meeting that should have been held with the speaker and the commission and myself. And some of you might be aware that the speaker then delegated this committee to handle this matter. Then the chairperson, I raised the matter with the chairperson, and the chairperson indicated that there were difficulties in organizing the meeting because of the short notice. Then I said, okay, in that case, why don't she propose another date so that we can then meet with the speaker, because it's now going to be difficult for the speaker to call for another meeting when in fact we have no idea what will then be convenient from the point of view of the CRL Commission. I have no sense as to what has happened, whether there was any suggestion or proposed date submitted to the speaker, but I've never been called to that. I'm only elaborating on these issues because I don't like this suggestion that you actually have not had an opportunity to talk to the committee when in fact we've tried a number of efforts, made a number of efforts to get to a meeting. In fact, the one meeting where we were together, it was the CRL Commission through the chairperson who were not prepared to say anything on the matter because the matter had been taken to court. Now, this matter is still in court. I have no idea whether when we meet, we're going to get the same response that says because the matter is in court, you are not going to say anything about it. But I will nevertheless get a date when we will meet, because this committee is very keen to meet with the CRL, precisely because of the Section 22 issue. But whether or not we meet with the CRL, we are going to meet with the religious leaders. So it needs to be clear that at a certain point, we will be proceeding with this matter, but the committee has tried to raise this issue in a formal setting and has not been able to make any headway because there was this issue of the legal opinion. The subsequent issue, I was then informed it was a logistical problem that brought us to where we are not able to meet. Why the subsequent dates were not proposed, I'm not sure where on the two offices this matter could have been. But I don't want to hear anything that suggests here that we've actually been calling a meeting with the commission, because that could not be true. That is why I thought I must address this matter. Now, having said so, let me say to the honourable members, we then asked the CRL Commission to give us a database of the religious leaders that they were interacting with. I then spoke to the chairperson about it. The last I'd heard, there was supposed to be a list that would then be shared with this committee so that we, on behalf of the speaker, can host that meeting, which would mean that the meeting would be held with the committee, with the religious leaders, and then subsequently we are hoping to have a meeting of those who agreed with the CRL Commission on the process and those who disagreed, to see whether there's a way we can deal with this process. We did suggest earlier that the CRL process could be suspended temporarily whilst we try to clear this matter. It was clear that this was not finding favor with the CRL Commission, so we've left that issue. But we will be proceeding to deal with the issue on the basis that at this point, it's not just a CRL process, it's now a conflict that we need to mediate as the committee on behalf of Parliament. This is how the matter stands now. So whenever we talk about this, we need to have the same context in terms of where we are on this matter. Honorable members, I thought I must just give that background in case members believe that there's something that needs to be added or corrected. Please feel free to do so. But today's meeting was more about looking at the issues of the annual performance plans, the budgets, and all of that. So for purposes of oversight, we will still need a meeting, one that's going to take us into a little bit more detail about some of the operations of the CRL, particularly the issue of the staffing. I think we've got a specific interest in dealing with that. When we call the next meeting, we will obviously be interested in trying to find out what has happened to this CRL, to this Section 22 process. And this will be to assist the committee as it moves on to meet with the religious leaders. Obviously and clearly now, you have a number of processes that are going on around on the Section 22. The CRL is going on with this process. On the one side, the committee is going to be talking to the religious leaders about that process that the CRL is busy with. It is mainly because the CRL felt it needs to proceed with their matter anyway. Then there's a whole lot of mobilization that is going on around of religious leaders talking about this CRL process as well on their own. And I collect these things just to look at how various committees, various church groups are handling it. There's quite a huge amount of mobilization that needs to be thought. We need to find a way to diffuse and find a way of getting to resolve the issues, deal with the question of aberrant conduct of religious leaders, those individuals that do transgressions. At the same time, we cannot have a situation where there is a rising mobilization and tensions that are taking place, and it ends up sounding like it is the government or the parliament that is trying to impose itself on the communities. Now, we need to be able to sit down and understand that whole issue from the point of view of the committee. Ultimately, the buck stops there at the level of the committee. So, Deputy Chairperson, when you had the members saying it's a pity the chairperson wasn't here, partly that was the background. If you want to make a comment, then we can try and round up this issue. Deputy Chairperson? And any other members, if they wish to make comments?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think just one important remark is that we apologize if there is an impression that is created that the committee doesn't want to meet with us. I think it's not it's not what we meant. But Chairperson, I note everything that you have indicated. And I think we maintain that we have to find a solution to these issues. And I think part of the session with the speaker that we sought to have was to also attempt that we are in communication with the speaker's office to indicate to finalize a date to discuss what we ought to have discussed. But I'm not going to labor you with responding to matters that you rightfully raised, Chairperson, that are on the table that we are receiving. I think on behalf of the Commission, I acknowledge what you've said, and we need to therefore perhaps engage, see how we can set up this session. I think maybe one of the key issues from our side, Chair, was that perhaps the time that is required in order to take you through that. If the committee can indulge us by favorably giving us perhaps sufficient time to present that. And I think that is where it is our belief that we may be in a position to get closer to this, to resolving these conflicts if the context, if we are able to present all the details and take the committee into confidence. But I note everything, Chairperson, and we will continue to engage with the committee to deal with the Section 22 matters. It is important, Chair, we take it serious. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we then bring this matter to a conclusion. We will pick it up as soon as there are new specific dates of the next meeting, and we'll pick the issues up at that level. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation to Deputy Chair, your CEO, and your CFO, and the rest of the team of the CRL Rights Commission. Thank you very much. You are excused at this point. We will now proceed with the normal housekeeping business of the committee. So all those who are part of this presentation are now excused, and then we just need the members of the committee and staff to stay behind. Give it 2 minutes for people to log out.
Thank you.
Okay, Shirin. Honorable members,
Yes,
I wanted us
Chairperson.
to- yes, and look, I need us to talk about this. Honorable members, late last night when I went through some of the documents, I felt it was important to table them earlier. Now, there are a number of sets of documents, but in the first instance, there's an issue which was raised by Honorable Van Zyl in relation to the objection of the Nelson Mandela mayor to the speaker of Nelson Mandela Metro raising the problems of the mayor not responding to our documents. And then went to a point of getting a legal opinion that said that we had no right on this matter, and it was illegal. So we then wanted to clarify this matter. And that's why I thought it's important that this matter must be brought to the attention of the members once the legal opinion became available. Part of the reason for that is that there's a number of documents that are coming from Nelson Mandela Bay. It's going to take us a while to process them through. Even at this point, I still can't open them. But we had actually asked for details on 22 contracts. And from the sound of it, they would have loaded a lot of documents onto this. And I made a mistake when I said we're meeting them in 2 weeks' time. It's next week, actually. So now I need the members to start focusing on these issues of Nelson Mandela Bay. There was also another aspect of it. Not only were we dissatisfied with the conduct of the mayor, we went through this discussion across the different committees and generally agreed that we would need to consider getting summons and also getting the speaker under oath. I think this became a little bit more reinforced by after we had had a meeting and we had a to and fro with the chief of staff and I spoke to him on the phone, and he kind of played like he couldn't understand or hear what I was saying. Then subsequently, we received a letter that purported to have been drawn by the Chief of Staff. And in it, the letter was accusing the mayor of having lied on a number of issues. Now, that is not a matter between us and the mayor. It's a matter between the mayor and the Chief of Staff. However, I think we need to be alerted to the fact that once you've got such a sense of accusation, it may well be that we will still have the same challenges trusting on the veracity of the statements that the mayor might put to us. So what one needs is that members must look into the documents and tell whether at any point you believe that it might be necessary that we go ahead and effect the issue of the summons. It's an extreme and unusual, but nevertheless, we might have to consider that. But normally, you get to do that when somebody has refused to respond on the normal channels. We don't have that yet this time. The next question is about being misled, whether you can act in the same way on somebody misleading, or whether you need to first get them to swear and take an oath. It's another question. So what I wanted also that you must do, Shireen should also look back on the legal opinion on misleading Parliament. That legal opinion is a little nebulous in terms of how you go ahead and implement any sanctions relating to that. And I'd like the members to have access to that. Now, Shireen, I don't know if you can find that and add, because I wanted this legal opinion from the I think it was generated when we were in the Free State about misleading Parliament in these hearings. The second one was the suggestion that what we did could have been seen as an illegal act. And our legal opinion has indicated that no, actually our oversight responsibility is covered by the steps we took in relation to this matter. And therefore, those two legal opinions need to help to guide the members long before we even go into that meeting. That's why I thought we need to bring these issues to our attention. Now, when the documents are able to be opened, you look at them, and then you might, in the process, suggest whether there's any specific advice you want to give in the approach to the matter. That is why I don't intend that we must go into the specifics of what is in each of those documents. They're a bit voluminous, so we'll get them to be opened up and then look at them. But I do want you to be sensitized, because this will be the last time we're dealing with Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. But actually, to be honest, we didn't need to do this, but we were forced by the way that she had dealt with the matters. So we do need to be focused when we deal with this issue, so that whatever time we have is focused and is limited to the issues that we want to address. We will obviously share this with the different committees, and so all of these legal opinions do need to be shared with them as well. So that was the basis for us having this matter tabled at the end of this meeting. Any comments, honourable members?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can I come in?
Proceed.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you for the update with regard to the matter. We really appreciate as this committee. Chair, I think actually as a member of the committee, I am very much worried about the attitude of the mayor. regard to this committee. Let me start by actually indicating in the report that she presented to council. And there are serious allegations which are bad about the manner in which she was treated by this committee, which are not true. So, Chair, I think actually as the organs of state, it is very much important that we treat each other with respect, because it doesn't sound right when another sphere of government showing an indication of mistrust or showing a negative attitude towards another sphere of state or of government, so to speak. So I think that needs to be dealt with, because as this committee, we have a duty of oversight over that sphere of government. And when we sit here, we are doing exactly that. Nothing personal, but our oversight must not be viewed otherwise. Honorable Mayor was giving all time or opportunity to respond to questions and to ask questions. There was never a time whereby the Honorable Mayor was ill-treated. So, but her report to council indicated that she was ill-treated or undermined or belittled, so to speak. I think, Honorable Chair, here we are dealing with an attitude. So I think when Nelson Mandela comes here, I think that will need to be clarified. That's number one. We take the advice of the legal department, and we appreciate it, and we'll act accordingly as this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just quickly on the documents, I know you did say that the documents, you're still not able to open it. It's a lot. It will be a lot if we've asked for the 22 evergreens. So those documents, we need them by business close of business today, Chairperson. We can't expect people when there is other political events going on over the weekend. We know it's Workers' Day, etc., that we need to be suffering through 22 documents if we only receive them on Friday. Then, Chairperson, the agenda also, we also need that ASAP so that we can try and structure our questions to the agenda that is provided. And then, is there an invitation shared with SCOAG or SCOPA? Because, Chairperson, I'm just afraid, the meeting is scheduled by us as the host, as COCTA committee, from 9 till 6. And I'm afraid that, those chairpersons also, those members of parliament also has their sets of questions, Chairperson, and it eats into our time. And I'm afraid of running over time because it's also quite unfair for that to happen. So that needs to be managed. And maybe you can tell us how that will be done. And then to Nelson Mandela Bay, who was invited to actually come physically to Parliament. I think that is very important for us to understand. We understand that the acting MM has had a bereavement in his family, so he possibly will not attend. But especially from the political side, because we do understand that if all 10 MMCs are coming, it will distract from the questioning, and they will try and somewhat take away from the questions that we need to ask her. But obviously they need to be available virtually. So if we can just understand who has been invited and who will attend in person. Thank you, Chairperson.
On all those questions, please make your proposals. Honourable Van Zyl?
Yes,
On
Chairperson.
all of those proposals, on all of those questions, please make your proposal.
Well, Chairperson, the documents in the agenda, I can't make a proposal, but proposing to say that we need it by end of business today. And then the who is invited to the meeting, I also can't make a proposal there, because obviously that is not for us. So that invite would have gone to NMB already. On the issue of SCOAG and SCOPA being invited, we do understand that they also have flesh in the game, but maybe that should be a separate process, that we stick to our time frame of 9 to 6, Chairperson, as what is humanly possible, obviously, for us to handle, and we as hosts that we go with that, with the questioning for them to attend this first session. Thank you.
Honourable members, anyone to wish to comment? Okay, so these documents should have been with you yesterday. So if you don't have them, it means there's a technical glitch. And Sharon will tell us what she thinks of it. She was trying to download them, but the idea was to get them to you yesterday, not even today. Secondly, it may be tricky to decide whether we leave out the various committees, because all of them are interested. SCOPA is interested, SCOAC is interested on this issue of the evergreen contracts. I don't think it's possible to completely leave them out. We just need to prepare enough to be able to focus, so that we can just focus on the issues. You know, there are lots of issues, but evergreen need to be dealt with one by one, and we need to actually deal with them and move on. So we will engage with them and see, but I don't think it's possible to completely exclude them. They might be having other programs, in which case they may not all be there. But I think that might be the challenge. Well, I'll get Sharon to just confirm who has been given an invitation. It would have been best to get the same team that was here, so we don't have to start afresh. We need to get the same people. I understand about the acting manager. In any case, acting manager his issue is neither here nor there, because he came in after things had been done, and so his bereavement is sad and understandable. So I'll get the list so we can share that. Honorable Taibosh, and then Lapus Kachne.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we should just be realistic and extend the time from 6 o'clock, from 1800 to 2200, and know that we're going to be there until that time, and make so that we can make arrangements that, you know what, we're going to be there for most of the day, and we can plan according to that, because I agree with my colleague Mazulu that we're not going to do it at 6 o'clock if we have those other guys involved. But also we've been down this road with these people. So and depending on what the new documents show, there's only so much that they could have done. So I think for my side, just a request that we extend the time to 10 o'clock instead of 6 o'clock, and then we know what to plan for. That's just a proposal, Chair. Thank you.
Very helpful suggestion. I think in a way, it will help us with the concern of Honorable Francil, but let's keep that as one, as a working proposal. Honorable Labuskachne?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, it's on the same topic. If I look at the documents, I can't see that we will be able to work through it until 6 o'clock. I don't think even that we will be able to work through them until 10 o'clock. Because the green thing, those documents in itself is a lot. And if 3 committees are going to ask questions on that, which is needed, it's going to take a lot of time. I would gladly be prepared to extend the time. Unfortunately, I can only sit until 6 o'clock on that Wednesday, and I'm going to state this again and again. And I do know that we are in Parliament to serve on committees and all those things, but many of us also do have some other work and other committees and other things that links to committees that we do. So for the 5th or the 6th of May, I will be sitting until 6, and from there on, unfortunately, I will have to be excused because I also have other responsibilities that is being planned according to the program. That is why we are, or that is why I am specifically very often talking about the program, because I plan in advance. Chair, with that, I doubt it if we will be able to finish by 10. If you open it and go through it, you will see for yourself that maybe we should need to prioritize the issues out of those, the things that we need to do first until 6 o'clock, and after 6 o'clock, the things that we need to deal with it after 6 o'clock until 10 o'clock, if the committee is going to accept that, and that is the time, and then see what are the things that can be dealt in a different way, or that is not that, it's all important because we ask for it, but maybe can be dealt in another way or at another time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's understandable. I think we need to find a way to arrange that your inputs come in early before it's time for you to leave. The 10 o'clock suggestion comes now, and I think it's a reasonable suggestion, so we need to embrace it. But we need to understand that there will be obviously competing interests and commitments. What I like is your last question, comment. Part of why we wanted this discussion was to say, do we have an approach that can help guide us? Unfortunately, because I've not even seen the documents myself, I've tried all sorts of passcodes to go in there, I can't. So the idea would be, let's use these suggestions. What can we do earlier? What can we do later? And try and see if we can, in the next few days, structure that as a way to fast track and make ourselves more effective. So let's keep that as well in mind, and we might have something more concrete as we get closer to the time. And I do agree with you, colleagues. We can have 2 days with Nelson Mandela. There are enough issues, we won't finish. So let's prioritize what we think needs to be the main focus and do a thorough job on those and then move from there. Honorable Francil, let's have you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was actually just going to also say that if it needed 2 days, we need to plan better, because this will come time and time again, and we will never be satisfied. And if we have 3 committees where it's only supposed to be our committee, it becomes a bit difficult trying to manage, because you can imagine if you give everyone 5 minutes, that will become an hour just of questions for one, and we've got 22 evergreen projects. So yeah, Chairperson, I actually think we need to plan better.
You can plan better when you've got enough information. If you don't have enough information, you'll always be caught up and you have to find a way to improvise. So I think we have a difficult situation. even the cooperation from Nelson Mandela is not the best. I mean, we are going on them for the third time now. There's no municipality that's been given such an attention. It's just that we can't let go and let them, play around and disappear. We can't do that. So we will get caught up here and there, but let's learn as we move along and see how we can refine. So prioritizing certain sections for the earlier part and later would help us. And then, but to think that we can deal with all the issues, it's not possible with Nelson Mandela. There are too many issues. But nevertheless, let's see what we can do for the next week when we have to meet with them. Your suggestions will help. Let's try and refine them, and then we will talk as we move along. Taiposh, are you still back, or is it the old hand?
No, Chair, it's a new hand.
New hand, proceed.
I like what you said there, Chair, that we should think about, once we can open the documents, what we can do with it. We also maybe can look, Chair, at this thing, if it's 22, maybe what we do is we concentrate on the first 12 evergreen contracts, and then we schedule a second one for the next 10. If we, that because I don't think we under serious pressure or threat to do all 22 at one. Maybe we do the first 12 and we do the 10 at a later stage. We'll also have a better idea as to what's going on and how to approach it. But yeah, just another suggestion. Thanks.
I think in a way, whilst we will need all the details and we'll have more information, we will probably somewhere along the line pick up a trend, what they do, how they do it, and we probably need to start thinking of what then do we want done about those. So for far as I'm concerned, it takes us to the question of if we find there are irregularities on the first one, what do we want to do? And we move on one by one like that. So that's the kind of thing I think we need to do, which means we need to then focus. Once we spot that here is a problem and this is irregularity, well, you can explain it in whatever way. We now know that this is where the problem is. It's irregular as it looks, but we want to be able to say, okay, what can we get? So if there was a way, and I'm thinking whether, in fact, a formula would not be possible of focusing on a number of issues. If the one person were to take all the questions and deal with them on the first case, and once we are done, we leave that the next person deals with the same question and others on the next case, and then move on like that, whether that also is not possible to do. So look at it and see whether that's possible, because there are areas that are likely to be having problems. Of course, we all have different sources of information, and so the same question can be asked 4 or 5 times by different individuals. So how do we try to limit that so that we can then get each one to be able to, once we demonstrate where the problem is, we must move to a conclusion. What do we do with this? There's obviously a problem here. Who are the people who are likely to be involved, who are likely to be accountable? What action has been done? And then we know, okay, on this one, this is what we want to do. Move to the next one. And the next person can take the next one, the next person can take the next one. I'm just thinking. So let's think about it. There are going to be obviously different sources of information. So, but let's think about what might help us to focus and then use the time effectively. But with that, let's start by saying the documents must be with you. Shirin?
Chairperson, yes, we are trying to download all of them. It is quite a bulky set of documents. I'm just going to share my screen just to show what the documents or the files that they've sent to us. Let me just see. See, for instance, this is just in the evergreen folder. So they have lots of CVs from that we asked for them to share. So they have CVs, they have the contracts in different can you see it's different contracts that they have under electricity and technical. So we'll try to do the evergreen ones first, but then there's the others like the appointment of the executive director of infrastructure and energy, the UIF, the forensics, consequence management. So they have all these, and in all these, there's also quite a few documents in there. So it's gonna take a while, but we'll try to first send you the evergreen ones. The other thing that I also wanted members to note was that Scopa is having a meeting also on the 6th, their own meeting with the city of Johannesburg until 2 o'clock. So if their members will be joining us, it will only be after 2. And then the question that Honorable Van Zyl raised about who was invited from the metro, they did speak to me about wanting to bring along all the MMCs. So my suggestion was to them that we have the same group that came to the meeting the last time. They attend the meeting physically, and then we'll ask the others to join us virtually. And I asked that they be in one venue when we start the meeting so that we don't have an issue of having to look for people whilst we're in the meeting and we want them to respond. So it was agreed that they will be in one venue, all the others, the MMCs, the other directors, so that when there's questions that needs the input, that we'll get them from one platform. Thanks, Chair.
Van Zyl?
Hi, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you'll come in later, Mkhalip. Let's start with Van Zyl.
All right.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just very quickly on the issue of one venue for the rest that needs to join virtually. Nelson Mandela Bay is very prone and known for saying that they have connectivity issues. And if they're all in the same venue, it will mean that all of them will have connectivity issues. So we might need to rethink how we approach that, or tell them to have a backup Wi-Fi or a backup network or something going, because that might become problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mkhalip.
Sorry, Chair. I don't know what happened to my gadget. I can't able to raise my hand on the gadget. Chair, I want to check the issue of time. It's the Nelson Mandela is scheduled from 9 to 6 p.m. But according to the parliamentary program, there is a plenary at 3 to 6:30. It's question for oral reply, cluster 5. Maybe if the chair or the office of the chair can clarify in terms of, are we attending? Have you applied not to attend, or what is happening? Because we also still have to go and to talk to our caucuses regards for non-attendance. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Sharon. Have you checked that?
Chairperson, yes, thank you. The program was approved with the times as stated in the program by the Office of the House Chairperson. We'll have to then just make the Office of the House Chairperson aware of the extended time of the meeting as proposed earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Can you do a formal apology for all the members so that there's a formal apology? Then the different members can approach their parties to indicate that their apologies have been tabled. Then they don't get double booked.
We'll do that, Chairperson.
Okay, honorable members, thank you then. Let's look at the documents and try and refine. But what I'm going to request, Shirin, you need a bit of organizing of the information. Look at the resolutions of issues we said we wanted to raise. What is it that we thought they must bring? The evergreen contracts, let's align them properly. It makes it easier if you can see the list, and then you've got the files along this, the same filing pattern. Then we go to the outstanding issues of the appointments and those other issues, then we table those subsequently. Some of them may not be issues we might want to follow up. As long as we've now got the information, there may not be issues that we want to follow up. And if there are issues that need to be followed up, I'm going to request that the members must indicate that on the issue that and that we need to follow them up. But if we can just focus on these evergreen contracts, that is the main issue that we wanted to do. But then we must check that the information we asked for has been submitted and whether there are any glaring issues that need to be followed up, because you might find that they give us information about the appointment of so and so, and they give us something that is wrong, and we have got verifiable information that indicate that something is wrong. Then we need to be able to spot that and raise it. But our focus must be on these evergreen contracts. Do as many as possible, but let's consider ultimately what action do we want to see taken so that this issue can be dealt with. It would really be important for us to be able to make a strong statement around these evergreen contracts. Then, but maybe when we start, we would have to raise the issues that were raised by the Honorable Mtolo about the mayor. Firstly, the statement that she put out there, she would need to now have to account for it on the meeting. The actions since the lack of response, what has she done about that? She needs to put it on the table. And then we need to clear those introductory issues. Then we go to the issue of the evergreen contracts. And then on those issues, we need to then try and be systematic one by one, move from one to the other, take a view, move on, take a view, move on, take a view. And then even if we don't finish them, but a similar approach can be taken in the rest if we've got a clear pattern of what would have happened. So I think that will help us as well. Then if there are other issues that we think are urgent, should have been picked up, those would be important. There's the issue of the transformer. That issue, we need a quick update as to where it is, what has happened on that, and so that we keep an eye on that particular issue. And then there were other issues like Nelson, what you call development thing. All of those, we need to just, what do we want to raise on this and this and this and this and so on. So bring those issues that we had listed. This is how we're going to deal with those issues. At the end, we're also going to deal with issues of service delivery. What have they brought to us? So bring back that whole list of how we're going to deal with these issues and where there are key decisions so that the documentation is aligned. If it's all over, it's going to be difficult to digest. So that's my proposal to you, Sherin. And then members, if you're having any difficulties, let's talk about them. But we must be ready for this one and have a maximal impact, even if we don't have all the time that we want to have on this. But we've spent, that will be a third day now. It's really been long. So we will never be able to finish all the issues. But let's deal with the ones which we think are priority. Having said that, honourable members, thank you very much. I would like us to, at this point, adjourn this meeting and wishing you a lovely day. Oh yes, Sherin, what's the next meeting, by the way?
Mr. Chairperson, we are meeting tomorrow with the Department of Traditional Affairs. We're getting a briefing from the Commission on Khoisan Matters, as well as an update on the all-inclusive Khoisan conference that was held last year, as well as the initiation in Indaba that was held earlier this year. Because the committee could not attend the Indaba, we asked the department to give us the outcomes of the resolutions of the Indaba. The documentation and the link will be sent straight after the meeting. Thank you, Chairperson. And
Okay.
there was also the department sent the report on the budgetary recommendations that we did last year. And that was referred to us by the speaker's office. I will also send that documentation just so that members can see that the response from the department on our recommendations. Thank you.
Send it now so we all have a sense of what's coming tomorrow. It's already late. Thank you very much. Honorable Taibosh and then Labuskachne. Let's close after that.
Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to check with Shireen, is that the meeting with the Department of Traditional Affairs, is it virtual or is it in person?
All meetings are virtual tomorrow. That meeting
All right,
is virtual.
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Labuskachne.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to know, is the time from 9 till 4 or what is the time frame for tomorrow's meeting?
Shirin, I don't know what you've put up there, but we had reserved the whole day until afternoon, until 4. It depends on how far we can finish. But as far as I would recall, the meetings are supposed to be 9 to 4. And then if in between we finish, that would mean we will have had shorter issues. Is there a specific? Yes.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
Shirin?
Yes, Chairperson, we did indicate that the time for the meeting for tomorrow will be from 9 till 4.
Labuskachne?
Thank you, Chair. All I wanted to know.
You're fine. All right,
Yes,
thank
Chair.
you very much. Are you shy today? I never saw you on the photo. What's your video? Honorable members, let's show the videos and then the meeting is closed.